Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership, and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation.
Will you allow this to continue?
I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. Hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. And sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
Well, finally, I want to say to the people of Jamaica, we are at a tipping point. One of the things that Richard Pandoy, CEO of Seprod, said to me today, that he can't understand why everybody's so silent and why the people are so silent and I take all of this problem. And that's why I say, we want the people of Jamaica to wise up and rise up and make the man them know. So we know that we are in a crisis and we're not tolerating those things anymore.
Every agent of the state, every employee of the state, every state agency, every state department, every ministry must treat our citizens with respect, that they have rights, and the right to life is the most important right, and no one is to be deprived of that right.
Hey, who mess is this? Who mess is this? Tonight, we are going to witness the most anticipated match in the history of professional wrestling for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Wrestling fans, are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the capital city of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? I hope you guys can hear me. I know people are probably thinking, man, Bolo not gonna live tonight again. Hey man, it is what it is. I'm sorry that I'm late, but I gotta come on here. I have to come on here and check this out, man. So if you come across this video, I'm asking you to like and share it, alright? Appreciate it in advance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Noel and Andre and the entire team. You guys go check out Noel Phillips YouTube page, right? Check him out. It's a YouTube page, official YouTube page. This is his official YouTube page, right? And this is the documentary that they did. I'm gonna play the documentary. I'm gonna speed it up because in the interest of time as well. I'm gonna speed up the documentary, alright? I'll put it at about 1.5, 1.15 or something like that. Yeah, 1.15. This was powerful. Again, remember, just like and share the video. I won't be posting this. It's just the live stream alone. You're going to see like me reacting to it. I won't be recording this to post. Alright, so yeah, this is an exclusive live stream right now. Alright, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
The biggest and strongest hurricane ever to hit Jamaica. Category 5 winds topping 190 miles an hour. Hundreds of homes and entire communities vanished underwater. Footage captured in the eye of the storm from inside this plane showed just how powerful Melissa was.
As I pulled through the door, that's the time the house fell down.
I represent the constituency where it made landfall, and my accommodation was also right in the eye of the storm as well.
Through survivor tests.
One Dr. Dayton Campbell, and one Marky G. 1-2 punch, you know?
Testimonies and eyewitness accounts from those who lived through it.
I saw people in Petersfield High School who were being treated like dogs. They never had even tarpaulins.
This is the story of the critical hours and the painful months that followed after one of the Caribbean's most devastating storms.
A lot more lives were lost because of the government's negligence. And that is the most horrifying thing about this.
You see that statement right there? That statement right there. I think that was the most powerful statement because I've been saying that, you know, I say, can you imagine the amount of persons that really lost their lives just because of how the government was slow to react? I was just imagining, I was trying to put myself in the people's shoe down there, like, bro, everything gone, you lose the entire home. I have never, that has never happened to me, but I tried to put myself, I was like, man, you know, suicidal thoughts, God forbid, you know, can't get work, you know, if you have children, it's worse. Like, listen, man, when people are that devastated, unfortunately, two extremes happen. One of them is extremely negative, and the other one is extremely positive. And then somewhere in between that, you might survive. Very low chance in the middle, but still a chance. That's the situation that these people were in. You understand what I'm like, man, why these people don't? But yo, man, tell her, hey, man, let's continue, bro. Let me play that back.
Tarpaulins.
This is the story of the critical hours and the painful months that followed after one of the Caribbean's most devastating storms.
A lot more lives were lost because of the government's negligence. And that is the most horrifying thing about this.
In terms of the government's efforts, I don't think it was well handled. There's still people living in the hurricane shelters from last October.
I don't have a home. I'm underneath a plastic.
Did chaos, confusion, and delay by the government make a national disaster even worse? Jamaica, one of the most famous islands in the Caribbean. A country of nearly 3 million people. But in just hours from now, a hurricane is about to rewrite its history forever.
Melissa, you see what you do with me? Look there. When you see what Melissa do with me, tear me down. But then we have to stand up a whole long zinc. Everything Melissa tear with, watch out.
Cartoon and her 2-year-old granddaughter are both trapped in their home, which is being battered by the storm's powerful winds. She captured this video of her entire experience.
Melissa, me don't like you, you're gonna never take your money.
When I was in the house shop with my granddaughter, when I see the rooftop comes off,
that is funny, honey. That's funny. Oh my God, that is funny.
Yo, it's the way she said that a while ago. Like she talking to the storm, man. Yo, she not easy on, man. I'm sorry. But she not easy at all. Yo, that video is wild. And that was happening in the middle of the storm. Hey, Jamaican people really resilient still. But don't think that we don't have a breaking point. And that's why I was so angry at the government. I'm still angry at the government for how they have people just, man, bro. Every time I think about the main starter, I don't even understand him, man. Just like, where is it? Man, them just not care, man. I don't know if this is nobody better.
Are both trapped in their home, which is being battered by the storm's powerful winds. She captured this video of her entire experience.
Melissa, me don't like you, you're gonna never take your money.
when I was in the house shop with my granddaughter, when I see the rooftop comes off, and I hear that the zinc are bombing, licking, and I hear like the sky drop, because the only thing you could say drop, some type of sound that you hear. It was so heavy, so I keep watching my house top.
Watch it up, I think. Oh, gone. Look what it's not doing.
Just moments after Cartoon stopped filming, her home collapsed.
As I pulled through the door, that's the time the house fell down. When the house fell down, I said, oh my God, but I didn't feel anyway. I was just happy. Thank God nothing happened to me in there. But I think like 2 to 3 weeks after, since now, it really started to jerk me and start to affect me because I see death.
And you see, that's what I just said a while ago. You see? Yeah. All right. So we're resilient. But people have a breaking point, bro. You can't leave them in that environment for too long and don't give them no help. And then the next hurricane season come up and the government is patting themselves on the back while not spending $144 billion talking about being strategic. What the strategies for persons to break their will and have them end themselves. Is that the damn strategy? Yo, it thing hurt me, bro. I shouldn't even know. Yo, let me continue, because this is going to be too long of a reaction. Let me continue.
Sometimes I just frighten and I just remember if the concrete did fell down, it would fell because the room little, so it would fell crossway my back here and bump my head in the wall, which the baby maybe would drop out of my hand and drop underneath it.
We did say that the system is a Category 5 hurricane at this time. That means it will cause catastrophic damage, life-threatening damage.
In the aftermath of the storm, 45 people lost their lives, and many neighborhoods were swallowed up by the floods caused by Melissa. Early estimates showed more than 150,000 homes were damaged or destroyed.
When you went into some of these communities, you literally could smell the human.
Yo, you can see, like from the visuals they took, man, this is looking back, bro, because I never actually went there. I never actually went to St. Elizabeth and all these places. But yo, the place and this, I guess this is how some of the places still look right now. After 7 months. I'm not even saying the government can do everything. But bro, what they did and versus what they didn't do, what they didn't do is too heavy, bro. Especially when they could have done better. Like, they really could have done better than this. Honestly, they could have done better than what they did. And it burned me to the core. I'm not telling no lie, it burned me. it would have burned me even more if me did live down there. But it burned me Jamaica. I tell you that it burned me.
Feces. You could smell dead bodies, both animal and humans. You had stagnant waters behind people's houses, and the water levels are rising. You had elders who were in classrooms that are messed up in feces, and there's nobody there to clean them. You had people on roadways and sidewalks that are hungry and needed food. You had literally people on the roadways saying, help, help, we need food. They literally started to hold down the vehicles, trying to get food from them.
My son foot them broke, me asthma patient, my husband have high blood pressure, everything gone through. We don't have no food, no water, no.
For survivors, the nightmare did not end when the storm passed.
That's why the tube, we have the tube in. You can't see it. Inside it's passed straight.
You see that Virginia there? I think I did sing the story, you know. And the other lady before. Her story was compelling news. TVJ and they all visit her back in her Christmas also. But man, that elder, I believe he was, if you remember the story correctly, I believe he was a government worker. He used to work for the government. Government, I tell you, no matter what we do in our life, like, if you was to live long enough, unfortunately, it shouldn't take you long. But if you was to live long enough and you were acting a fool, in terms of not understanding life, when you get older, it really hits the hardest. In moments like this, who do you turn to? It's the grace of God, you know. You need God to be looking out for you. Yep, you need God to be looking out for you. All the time would be better. When you're young, why not? Give your life to the Lord when you're young. You know what I mean? If you're really looking at life the right way, I realize, damn, I was doing things the wrong way the whole time. I should just give everything to the Lord, just surrender everything to Him so He can work on your behalf. Because, man, life is, you know what I'm saying? Life is, whoo. And it's not like you're gonna have an easy road, but you're gonna have a better road that way. Because the other way, whoo, it's too much, man. It's too much.
So where you want to go? What kind of help you need, Grandpa?
What kind of what?
What kind of help you need? What you want to do?
Me just want somewhere to go and get. Me have a place can put a building in it.
Many are still struggling to rebuild their lives. Among them is 83-year-old Eric. He lost everything, and his health is now deteriorating.
People lost a lot. People lost their lives. A lot more lives were lost after the hurricane because of the government's negligence. A lot more lives were lost because of the government's negligence. And that is the most horrifying thing about this.
Yo, people, man, tell you, man, I didn't even know that these dudes was doing this documentary. It took me by surprise, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy that they did this. Because, you know, the truth has to rise above it all. Yeah, the truth has to rise above it all. This is beyond politics, bro. It's just bad governance, brother. The money, and then what I say all the time, and I'm going to sound like a broken record to those that watch me a lot, but I really, I don't like when they come out with this. What's up, Andrea? Good morning. I don't like when them come out and just act as if and paint this picture like, come on, man, you know, we're doing the best that we can. Come on, bro. Really, bro? Really?
The fact that we could have so much to do so much more and we did so little with it. And we're okay. Jamaica, one love. Come to Jamaica and feel all right. and we must smile and pose for pictures. I don't understand it.
The people were saying that they're not seeing the government doing what they need to do. Had it not been for organizations like myself and other charities and outreach out there, the artists that were on the ground to have impacted probably would have turned into a civil war in Jamaica already.
Yo, one of the things I lie, Mattel. And this is the thing, you know. I really wonder if that's what they wanted. I wonder if that's what they wanted. Chaos and mayhem to ensue. Was that the plan the whole time? Was that the strategy? Thank God for everybody, man. That pulled resources together, that sent money. I want to say thank you to each and every one of y'all out there. You know yourself. I never received, I'm not in the era where I got any damage to receive any of those things, but I am grateful. I am so grateful to each and every one of you. All right? Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for helping the people, yo. Because if it wasn't for you guys, I'm telling you, trust me. Like he said, it probably would have gotten a real ugly Jamaica. When people hungry enough, yo, it would have gotten a real ugly. I remember a news entity that had they call it. They had a coverage down there, I think in St. Elizabeth, and they were trying to interview the soldiers to ask them, like, you know, what is the mission? And it was funny to me that the soldiers didn't engage with the international media. It was almost as if they were given instructions not to. And they were very, I don't know. It was just a negative, you know, type of thing. They weren't very communicative, not even body language wise. They had a really nasty attitude towards the media. I don't know if anybody else remember that I think it was a lady, and she was like asking them some question. Yo, the man them walk away from the lady. I said, what? And it's like the body language was terrible. I was like, wow, man. Wow. But thank God for man like Sean Paul and them, heard? Vibes Cartel and them, heard?
I'm asking all of my fans from your heart to give anything you can, no matter how small, it all will go towards helping people.
Oh, they can hear me? All right. Over here, I have members of my team who are going to be helping us to document the stuff that we need to know: name, age, gender, circumstance, if you have any illnesses, if you have any urgent, what you call it, cuts and that kind of thing, if you need to get in contact with anybody.
It was horrifying.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're telling me that the government could not have done something similar to what this lady is doing in real time? This is what you call emergency, on the fly thinking. On the ground, with the bodies, working assiduously together. Working the government has more resources than this lady. And look at what she came down there prepared. Look at the Starlink on her van top. You see me? I think that's a police van top, right? Are you going to hear she talk about the help that she got from the timely help or untimely help that she got from the government? She going to grade them. She even graded the PMP. They're like, PMP, you got so much support from Westmoreland. Why is Westmoreland underdeveloped? You know, if we should dive into the history of that, it would be something. I'm sure of it. And West people them can tell it. It's for that very same reason. But West is supposed to get a big punch, you know. And you see, this election where they gone, you see if PNP did win, West would have get that punch there in terms of you would have see a lot of millionaires in that area very, very quickly. Because this government was focused the PNP was focused on farming, productivity on every level, and then the ganja legalization was also a conversation. And that would have opened up, oh my God, that would have opened up so many doors of wealth accumulation, you know, medical marijuana and stuff like that. So yeah, she definitely balanced to me. You know, it's not like, oh, she had leaned on one side and I leaned. She had criticisms for both. You know, she's very disappointed in Andrew. And she's gonna express same, but let's get into it, man. I'm telling you, this is some powerful stuff.
To see Jamaica in this state, our island, in that state, it was horrifying to see the people experiencing that kind of distress. As a young, passionate Jamaican who have so much to contribute, these are the moments that cause cognitive dissonance. You know? Disillusionment. That's why so many of us are leaving Jamaica, brain drain. We can't take the heartache.
I'm telling you, this lady, I believe she's Prendika Shinil. She's supposed to be Bob Marley's granddaughter or something like that, or goddaughter, I don't know. Yeah, Andrea, Westmoreland, all of the St. Elizabeth, all those places, you know, where the coffee is at St. Thomas, the farmers them would have been, oh my God, the PNP would have been pushing the farmers them to go crazy where production is concerned. Because it would be all about food security and increasing our exports. And that's important because remember that we depend on oil from the outside, you get me? It's Bob Marley granddaughter. Oh, okay. Awesome.
The government insisted throughout it was doing everything possible, mobilizing search and rescues and aid supplies as the scale of the disaster became clear. But in the parish of Westmoreland, the area hit hardest by Melissa, the horror of the storm wasn't only the destruction of homes, but the human loss.
I represent the constituency where it made landfall, and my accommodation was also right in the eye of the storm as well. So there was significant damage to my personal dwelling. The damage to the constituency.
Hey, I remember I was doing a live earlier and I said, when Dayton Campbell came out of this storm, it changed him, you know. I'm telling you, it humbled him. That experience, and I'm not saying he wasn't humble, but he was way more humble. Yo, it's like going through a near-death experience. You see me? I hear what he said. He said that yo, he was in the eye of the storm. So that means the storm hit him twice. No, it passed, there was a calm, and then it hit him again. And all of that is a lot, bro. That is a lot. That is a lot to handle. Wow.
Was more devastating because quite a lot of the residents did not have stable accommodation.
Wasn't only the destruction of homes, but the human loss.
I represent the constituency where it made landfall, and my accommodation was also right in the eye of the storm as well. So there was significant damage to my personal dwelling. The damage to the constituency, though, was more devastating because quite a lot of the residents did not have stable accommodations. They had board houses, and those did not stand up well. But probably the most chilling thing was when I saw mothers with young children outside. That probably was what had the most impact on me. There were a few bodies that were there for a prolonged period of time, and some members in at least 2 of the communities had to bury them. They've been subsequently exhumed.
The situation was very apocalyptic. When you travel from I would say mid St. Elizabeth heading west, it was just a wasteland. You know, every light post virtually was down, wires were everywhere, people were just walking around in shock, house after house destroyed. So there was a sense of doom, you know, that people had to reconcile themselves to their lives being absolutely turned upside down.
As the floodwaters began.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Please remind them to like the video. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, sweetheart. I haven't shared the live with anybody. I was hoping to see how the algorithm would go, but I guess everybody gone. They're not getting the notifications. But I'm going to share it now still.
Began to recede. Another storm was gathering force. Not in the skies, but inside Jamaica's political establishment.
Get no vote at Westmoreland. We drive past over with my helicopter and man to go here. Bad mind Prime Minister Andrew Holness.
Questions over Prime Minister Andrew Holness's response quickly became a national conversation. Opposition MPs claimed their communities were deliberately abandoned in the response.
If I said I was surprised, I would be lying. I wasn't surprised at all, because that is the nature of the individuals who are in government currently. That's all.
I'm telling you, cannot be surprised, Mr. Dayton Campbell. Who would be surprised? You hear what the man said? Andrew fly over, hey, bad mind Andrew Holness. Hey, that bad, you know? When the people them view it another way, hey, me tell you saying, man. I don't know, but listen, I'm telling you guys right now, if I was a politician and there was people that, you know, them not really checked for me because of the history of my party, right? You know what I would do? I would do everything in my power. You know, I would do everything in my power to I did see your post earlier. Which post? You mean the other videos I put out? Yeah, I have a lot more. I have about 5 more videos to put out, you know. But I'm not put out yet. May I tell you, one of them I dropped like maybe 5 or so, 5 a.m. or 4:30 or something. Might have rescheduled it to another time depending on how long I'm on this live. But yeah, man. It's Andrew Holness is something else, man. Let's play that back, man. Lord have mercy. Listen to this brother right here. This is terrible. Yeah, as a politician, I would slay. Hey, how you doing, Carlene? Good morning. I would slay the persons that don't like me with love and real detailed attention. I wouldn't spoil them, but I would definitely make sure that they get the basic things that they would need. At least that. You understand what I say? Trust me. And you see, in the grand scheme of things, really and truly, you know, being fair and equitable is the best way, man. It's the principled way to be. You know, a lot of these politicians aren't really servants of the people, and Andrew Holness is one of them people that. And if you was to do a poll, you would hear that sentiment come from a lot more people than you would think. Trust me.
Inside Jamaica's political establishment.
We ain't get no vote at Westmoreland. Me drive past over with my helicopter and man to go here. Bad mind Prime Minister and dualness.
Questions over Prime Minister Andrew Holness's response quickly became a national conversation. Opposition MPs claimed their communities were deliberately abandoned in the response.
If I said I was surprised, I would be lying. I wasn't surprised at all because that is the nature of the individuals who are in government currently. That's how they operate. And I thought it would have been a defining moment to say to these persons that this is now beyond the realm of politics and we need to come together for this response. And when you look at the electoral map of the country, Westmoreland and Hanover are all the constituencies in those two parishes are represented by the People's National Party. And when the Prime Minister went out in an helicopter, he went to St. Elizabeth and then he flew across to St. James.
Both of which are represented by his party.
Totally ignoring.
St. Elizabeth and St. James, let me see. I think there's, 5 MPs in St. James? So, and then there's 3 in St. Elizabeth, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go check it and look it up. Andrea, him can't bribe nobody. Wanna like and share up the live for me. Share the live with 10 people here. Please share the live with 10 people. From poverty to big dreams. My family, them with me. A lot of people are waking up because of how he has been treating the people. Yeah, I mean, bro, it's too much, man. It's too much. But you know, I was watching Mr. Wayne Lonesome earlier. Hey, I'm gonna share that with y'all, man. That was wild.
In Westmoreland, which is where landfall was made, and he went on to say that Black River is ground zero. And so I think the neglect of the people of Westmoreland and Hanover started from then, because the mobilization of resources went based on what the Prime Minister was saying.
Bob Marley say rain no fall upon one man house top. You know, everybody was affected. PNP, JLP, no P.
Motorbikes.
Jamaica, when I saw this, I said, wow. What? Yo, listen. First of all, shout out to the volunteers. Shout out to the people that, you know, are just good human beings. Salute to each and every one. Jamaica, you're telling me that the government of Jamaica could not have used their brain in this capacity? The areas that are hard to reach. Mobilize a lot of bikes, you know, police, soldier. Mobilize and go to the, you see what it is though, guys. Let me tell you something. And I always use this analogy, and I'm forever gonna use it. In a relationship, when you are in a relationship with somebody, right? And they used to really check for you a certain way, and you demanded a certain type of treatment. And you can look upon it from both perspectives. You can look upon it from a female's perspective to a man, or vice versa, right? So your partner treats you a certain way. And then you start to realize that in the time of your greatest need, they don't really check for you like that again. They don't really treat you with that same level of affection anymore. Their mind is elsewhere. They're not paying attention to you. You know, you just know, right? So especially, and you can look at it from a parent perspective too. So say you're a parent and you have 2 kids. If you give one child more focus, you know, the other child is going to feel some type of way. You understand? And that's a bit of a rough way how to look at it. But you have to look at it like that. You know, looking from a relationship perspective, you know how this man treated you ladies. And then he start to switch up, you're gonna think that something is wrong. You're gonna feel like he doesn't care for you anymore. And then you're gonna start seeing him not care for you anymore. Cause you start to pay attention. It's not a one-off thing, it became consistent. That's the thing with Andrew. Right? That's the thing with Andrew. In the darkest moment when the people have needed him the most, this man is out here just chilling, bro. Living a good life, going overseas to event. I mean, and when he goes overseas and he makes these speeches, you would think as if Jamaica is in this utopia of recovery. There's some challenges, but the government is responding very well and we're doing the best that we can. Until you see a woman on the back of a bike with other bikers rolling in to these places that people needed the help. And when I look at it too, guys, when I really look at it, remember that Andrew and his government got an opportunity to get all different types of skilled professionals that know how to help with the getting people out of certain places with rescue teams, helicopters, and all type of things for access. And he did not take up that offer. He did not utilize that offer. And I have to keep reminding people of that because they really shouldn't forget. There's a massive amount of help that Andrew was receiving. Massive. Lot of help he was receiving coming from overseas to help with the storm. Man hold up the money and then I say, yo, the people them are the best thing them do and all of this nonsense. Yo, I'm too much here, man. And people actually bite in a man and come and talk foolishness in their ears. Yo, man, I tell you, when you see me, don't talk to me. If you don't know me in a real life, don't talk to me about no politics, yo, man, I tell you. I don't labor, don't talk to me about no politics. If you see me in the streets, act like you don't know me. If you see me in the political streets, act like you don't know me. I do not understand y'all, bro. The amount of things that have been revealed, the level of incompetence from this government. How could you be here making excuses for them while people are suffering? It's because it's not your mother or your auntie or your grandmother or your uncle or your granduncle or you know what I mean? Your family member suffering. Just because it's not your family member suffering, then everything is Gucci, right? Stop it.
Nisha formed a team of volunteers in the small town of Petersfield.
Maros is marooned.
For days, residents were cut off from the outside world. Denisha formed a team of volunteers who became first responders on motorbikes.
They don't care about poor people, they don't care about country people. But I don't think they realize that history will not forget. History will remember this time. History will remember. So it is politicized. And at the same time, in the same breath, I do have to say the PNP also have to stand to account to why it is that Westmoreland is so underdeveloped.
And I'm not going to knock her for that, but I think there is an explanation. And I think the PNP will be honest about it as well. I don't think the PNP would shy away from why that is and give a real explanation. You know what I mean? But when PNP was in their strongest moments, Westmoreland, I guess it's the approach and the vision. As Westmoreland was always more seen as a farm area. You know, the people have evolved somewhat, so it would have to evolve through farming and other things. You get me? Can't just be farming alone. And then when you look at the government that has been in power the longest, JLP, they are not really big pushers of farming. They don't really put that much into, to be honest with you. Just check them track record. They don't. They like to be stingy. They like to have They like to have people on their last so they can control them. They like dunce people. So education never really get as much love from a JLP government historically either. So, it's a tug of war with good and evil always, In this case, I have to say the Jamaica Labour Party has been on the evil side the entire time. The entire time. Sad. It's only worse with Andrew. Let's continue.
Same breath, I do have to say the PNP also have to stand to account to why it is that Westmoreland is so underdeveloped.
That was a couple of years ago. That's almost 9 years ago.
The Prime Minister came and I explained to him that we were doing work on the ground and he told me that he knew, he saw. I want to believe that he's human. I want to believe when he says that he feels what the people feel.
Yo, this was so genuine. I felt it when she said that. Yo, I want to believe that he's human. I want to believe that when he says he feels what the people feel, like he really does. Empathy, sympathy, apathy. Man, that's powerful, bro. Wow.
The Prime Minister came and I explained to him that we were doing work on the ground and he told me that he knew, he saw. I want to believe that he's human. I want to believe when he says that.
And look who stand up beside him, George Wright. Hey, me tell you, so me can't rate them, bro. Me can't rate them, brother. Look who stand up beside the man. George Wright. Yo, the man them terrible, bro. Show me a company, me tell you who you are. Oh my God. Not in all cases, but hey, if these police catch you with a high level, high and most wanted criminal, what you think gonna happen to you? And I'm not saying nobody here is a most wanted criminal. I'm just saying, show me your company, I tell you who you are. I'm validating that statement with that analogy. Let's continue.
He feels what the people feel. But I can't trust him. I can't trust him because he has allowed the mismanagement of so much funds on his watch. During your tenancy as the Prime Minister, the leader of this nation, I had a lot of other hopes. And I'm very, very disappointed. Very, 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 very disappointed.
Wow, she is disappointed. She said very like 5 times. Yeah, she. Boy, hey. Hey, Andrew. Boy, you messed up on this one, bruh. I ain't lying. You messed up big on this one. Sheesh. These people are, you messed up big, boy. You messed up big. I'm talking about, man, she is very, 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 very disappointed. Like, you know how much people like her that's been observing Andrew? Like, they've been paying attention and watching his responses and stuff like that. At some point, the foolery and the lies, you start to see through them. And guys, remember to hit the like button if you haven't already. I think we can get the likes up some more. There's a few more people in here. Let me see where it's at right now. We have 18 people. Only 11 likes. Come on, guys. Hit the like button. Share it for me, please. Let's continue.
I will not use heartbroken because I've already figured that out. Because it's not your fault. You are also a slave to the system that raised you. So it's cool. I'm just disappointed because you can make better decisions. I will not use heartbroken because I've already figured that out. Because it's not your fault. You are also a slave to the system that raised you. So it's cool. I'm just disappointed because you can make better decisions.
Embarrassing.
So,
He needs some milk.
Fighting though, to the system that raised you. So it's cool. I'm just disappointed because you can make better decisions. So, but I'm not disappointed enough to stop fighting though. Because we have to be held accountable. That's how we grow as a nation.
This school became a shelter and was meant to be a safe space. Instead, it became a place of desperation. Families slept crammed together with little sanitation. This grandmother who suffered a head injury after falling is finally receiving help.
I'm not cloud chasing and so, but it was people like me who went out there 3-4 times for the week to see, even when I had my health that was crashing, I was still on the battlefield serving the people because I saw people in Petersfield High School who were being treated like dogs. They never had even tarpaulins, never even had the basic things to survive. Children were there in cold. One time they thought it was a COVID outbreak. It wasn't a COVID outbreak. All of them had a cold and a flu, and nobody was there to treat them.
Demonstration.
Wow. You know, you see why when you experience that, you know, when you go and you see how people are doing terribly in that situation, and you're looking at the government, it's different. I can never understand or even try to understand the emotions that Andre goes through from time to time when he's on his platform and having those experiences. You know, you can imagine going to Westmoreland and then coming to do your show, going to St. Elizabeth and then coming to do your show. You know, you're not feeling well. You hear the man say, like, people was there and all of them have a cold and them think a COVID outbreak. The people them just have one cold, like everybody sick one time. Terrible conditions. Could have been worse. I'm telling you. I said it on my TikTok. It's one of my TikToks that got viral too. And I go and find it. I say, yo, these dudes is like, this is sort of genocide, bro. And I was talking about the fact that people needed ID and TRN for aid. Because the virgin from Westmoreland, they did come out digital. What you mean? I don't remember him last name. Something like that digital. Hope that you had the good same, you know. Because they have some police problem also. One at a time. You see me? I'm going to put out the video and I say, the man they all have on school in them here. The man do some good things. Get the youth them because they know education get a crash. All them youth there. Yo, Jano. I think him name new digital marketer or something like that. Digital marketer such and such or something like that. On TikTok. You know, I'm going to find him too. Let's continue.
Of the layered response of the government.
In terms of the government's efforts, I don't think it was well handled. I think that the amount of funding that was provided has been inadequate, and I think that the way in which the programs have been executed have been disorganized. There's still people living in the hurricane shelters from last October, and the hurricane season is almost upon us. June 1, the new hurricane season begins.
In this disaster, many of the shelters that were prescribed as shelters were destroyed. And so some of the areas that you're seeing functioning as shelters were never prescribed as shelters. We just had to use them in the immediate passage of the hurricane. So
I had reached out to the Prime Minister from very early after this happened and said, establish a broad stakeholder committee, which the two political parties would be on, to kind of give a governance oversight over how relief in particular was being distributed. That was never done, unfortunately. But I think that was a mistake because it meant that there was a fair amount of distrust as to whether things were being handled equitably.
So, you know, it's funny how this documentary comes out. If you guys have been watching me consistently for the last few days, remember that I had put out a video. I had reminded you guys. As a matter of fact, it's a part of one of my reactions that I put out that I have to edit because one of my lovely commenters told me that part of it was muted and I didn't realize. So it's like 6 minutes of it that was muted. So I'm gonna have to edit that video and repost it. Because when I listen back to what I was saying, I was like, man, the best part of the video, that 6 minutes before the video ended, man, I was cooking, boy. I was giving some great suggestions, analyzing the situation. Yeah, so I definitely have to edit that. And I had mentioned what you just said in that video about the proposal that he gave to the Prime Minister in how to approach this thing so we can have things moving speedily and people feel like, they're getting equal assistance from the government and they're not politically victimized. But, hey, Andrew Wallace really don't care, so he just do what he want to do. And yeah, here we are. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I don't have nothing else to like. That's literally how it went down. That's literally how it went down. Doreen said Perry Cummings Jr. went with Andre. I remember when he came back and sit on the program and tears just running from his eyes. Yes, a true Doreen, a true your talk. Yes, Doreen. Him talk, him say, yo, Bridget, Jano. It did mash him up for you, man. It mash him up for you. And Andre did say it, Andre did say at the time, say, yo, if my side, yo, if you don't come out Westmoreland, oh God, you're not go ball. The man say, if you don't come out Westmoreland, you're not go ball. The man say, bro, the place mash up. Remember one midday connection or one of the late night one day. Which one of them? One midday connection when I say it. And he must say, yo, bro, me say if you don't come out Westmoreland or St. Elizabeth and Hanover, the man say, you not go ball. The man say, the place was horrible. And you see, in this documentary, you hear me say, oh, you could have smelled dead animal and dead people and even feces. Like you could have, the distinction was there. You could have known if a dead animal or a dead people. Because I remember say people did all drown, and stagnated water and this. Yo, why not tell us, boy, hey, me don't know still, the people in that place still, when they, alright, I may look upon this from our as a human being, and when God send message to the prophet them, I will go through the hardship, and we still turn around back and go to the old ways them same way. As soon as things start ease up, we gone back to normal. So it's like God I try to shake we up. We say, yo, snap out of it, and we're going right back asleep, and it's business as usual. And it's sad. You went down to Westmoreland with Andrew and the crew. Yeah, man, remember, man. Remember that time, them, man. Real.
Let's go over there for your food.
Politics certainly got in the way of saving lives. For instance, many people argue that because the Westmoreland is totally orange at this time, why the response in Westmoreland is not as good as the response in St. Elizabeth. But when you think about it, all of the response across Western Jamaica is chaka chaka and baga baga. Nobody is getting any help. However, those who are the things are being speed up for, people are saying yes, them are labor right. My problem with Jamaica right now, it should be apolitical at this moment to fixing the people's lives in Western Jamaica.
You know what's sad about this? Andrew has got an opportunity, to be a part of this, They didn't take it. That's very sad. That is very sad. Andrew has had an opportunity to be a part of this documentary, and he didn't. They declined. I guess when they probably heard that Andre was gonna be a part of it, or Noel link with Andre, or I don't know. But that's very sad though, because it's not like the olive branch wasn't given to them.
This is what remains of Cartoon's home. Melissa did not just show the brutal force of Mother Nature. It exposed the fragility of the systems meant to protect people when everything falls apart.
I saved 2 mattresses and my 2 bed base. I lose everything else. I lose like dresser, whatnot, dresser drawer, I lose all of those. Refrigerator, I lose all of those. My machine, I lose all of those. The government take up the whole of Jamaica and let down the whole world. It's out. It's done. It's done.
Nearly 7 months later, she is still homeless.
This is my tent, my little place that I fix it. I take my hand and make this here from scratch to start. So I put my little stove and I come, so I put table there, take the bed foot there.
Inside this makeshift tent is where she sleeps with her belongings.
Jamaica, what is not 1 or 2 people that this is their reality, and some of them are in a worse situation than this person here. I kid you not. And you would ask yourself, what is worse than this? Well, having nothing at all, or close to nothing at all. No zinc over your head, like literally just a tarpaulin each up. And over something you lie down and you don't have no bed. Like people are living like that right now. And the government is talking about phase 2. Like phase 1 wasn't about rescuing the most vulnerable people. And every time they criticize them, oh, but what you expect the government to help everybody? No, we expect them to even appear as if they're trying to help everybody. And it's clear that they haven't made that effort. We say, hey Bolo, that's why I always say those people who are overseas must stop pushing the narrative that Andrew is doing well. When them live the life they want and the people back home suffering. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the thing I don't like too.
Scattered around.
Sometimes I make a mockery of it when I said I'm going home. I said I'm going by my tarpaulin. I'm going underneath my plastic.
One thing put most of the clothes and stuff like that.
That couldn't be a home. You couldn't get electricity and plastic. You wouldn't get a light bill and a water rate for plastic. So I don't have a home. I'm underneath a plastic. I don't have a home.
When the rain fall, I have to went over to the church to get shelter. That doesn't mean I'm wetting. I'm not wetting. But the reason why I have to go, the generator is right there at the door.
A lot of time I'm hungry. A lot of time I short of food. I have no bathroom. I have no toilet. No bathing area. I have to bathe. I have to poo same place sometime in the tarpaulin where I live. I have to shower on the outside, right beside the tarpaulin where I live. I have to cook same place inside.
Yo, this is not humane conditions for anybody to be living in, bro. Yeah, it's too much. Yo, remember to tell you something. And everybody can take them something there, you know. And everybody can take them something there. Like, you know, like there's some people that just seeing that one time alone is enough to spark a fire under them. Yeah, for real, it take a different type of person for their own Andrew. For real. No look a joke.
The government claims that recovery efforts are now accelerating to help those like Cartoon. But questions remain about where millions of dollars donated has gone and why it is taking so long to reach survivors sleeping in shelters, under tents, or inside damaged homes.
Hey, big up Noel, you know. Noel our professional. The narrator. It but in bad. Yeah, man, he was built for this. Shout out to Noel Phillips, man. Y'all be sure y'all go subscribe to Noel Phillips platform. Alright? That's where the document. I'm gonna show y'all before I go though. I'm gonna show you the page before I go. I hope them have a part 2, cause this is an eye opener, brother. Like, trust me. This little one video is not enough. And it's so much. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? You know what Andrew is going to do? At some point, he's going to make a counter video for this. You know? How much you want to bet? How much do you want to bet that Andrew is going to make a counter video for this? In Andrea, we said I got niggered about 4 times in tourist side. I was shocked when I went to Little London in Westmoreland to go out to give out some packages. There I saw how the houses were made. Yes. Boy, but I love if some people send me some of them picture there and them video there. Yeah, if I have no picture and no video from them time there and give me all the data and them something there. Yeah, but I love that. See if you don't have any. See?
The cash money donated from fundraising drives by the government. There was a telethon that I was asked to participate in to encourage people to give money, which I did because it was a national effort. And over 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars worth of, in various currencies, was received in cash. And as at the end of February, 4 months after the hurricane hit, only 20-odd million of it had been spent. Less than 2% of it had been spent to help people.
Let me give you an example of a representative in a constituency that was severely affected. There's been no allocation to address any of the damage to the roadways. 0. Significant numbers of persons within the communities are still without water. We still have persons without electricity. Approximately just over 1,000 of them in Eastern Westmoreland without electricity, and this is almost 7 months later. If you look at the roofs program again, which is the major program for the government, the point was made that if you had minor damage, you'd benefit from $75,000. It's about $500 US, just under. And if you had major damage, you'll get 200,000 Jamaican again, it's about $1,200 US. And if you had severe damage, then you'll get 500,000, which is about 3,200 US. Now, we had 156,000 dwellings, houses that were affected. 40,000+ falls into major, and into severe, you have close to 20,000. If you multiply 20,000 by the 500,000, you're at the 10 billion. So by their numbers, it tells you that there is no way they would have assisted the majority of the persons. And that is why, if you were to go out now into the community, you would still see about 50% of the houses still have tarpaulins on them.
Jamaica, when you hear that much there? Wow. 20,000 of the house them severely damaged, like all the way, it would be a $500,000. It would be a $500,000 grant. Jamaica, I'm tired of them people. I'm not telling a lie, bro. Yeah, for real, I'm tired of them, yo. If the government, they just work with the PMP, oh my God, things would be so better. Because they could have identified the most severely, like the most vulnerable people. Like I always have said, help them first. Right? Get them out of the way, help them, boom. Fast as possible, snap it, quick. Move mountains to the sleepless nights. And you come on and tell me, say, yo, at them work 9 to 5, soldier them work for 24 hours. And the truck them only come at night. Oh, but yo, what a man, hey, dangerous, you know? Dangerous with you, man.
Did my meetings with the government help in my coordination to help people? It was a waste of my time. To be very, very, very honest with you, at the end of the day, I could have spent that time and redirected it to actually functioning to do more work. Instead, I wasted time sending proposals and having meetings and sending reports and assessments to the government and waiting on them to respond to finally support what we were doing. And 7 months later, no. So I found that there was a lot.
Yo, so this lady she was in the middle of it, man. She even met with Pernell Charles. Damn. I saw this. I think I saw this on the news. That clip when she was sitting with him there. But I didn't even recognize that. You know, I didn't know her. So I wasn't like, I didn't understand the moment. You know what I mean? If I get a chance to ask PJ Patterson why those people didn't have titles for their land, they built the boardhouses on. I think it's a legal thing, you know, a legal battle, you know. I remember. I don't know. Maybe that's a blunder by the People's National Party. You know, maybe that is a blunder by them. Had good intentions, but then at some point later on down the line, they should have prioritized titling people. And I think that's where Marky G, you know, came in. He said, Bolo, this is the raw truth. Andrew is going to counteract this. He cannot spin this one. He can't spend this one or spin. Yeah, man, me just have to say she meet with him right or so. And I saw this on the news. I think this clip was on the news with Pernell Charles. You know.
Support what we were doing, and 7 months later, no. So I found that there was a lot of gender-based decision making that happened and continues to happen. Yeah, the government also doesn't have as innovative ideas as people on the grassroots and the periphery, the creatives have. So it really was a waste of my time.
The government really doesn't have the ideas? Wow. Damn, son. Dang it.
Emotional damage. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
They don't have ideas, you know? Or they don't have as much ideas as people think. You know, Rasta Diamond been telling us that they are incompetent. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt that they were just wicked. But you telling me that these dudes out here really be incompetent for real, bro? Wow. Hey, election have consequences. That's all I gotta say.
Respectfully. It was a waste of my as innovative ideas as people on the grassroots and the periphery, the creatives have. So it really was a waste of my time. Respectfully.
It is the worst response we have ever seen in a crisis in the land. We're literally a month away from the next hurricane season, and at least 200,000 families are still in the dilapidated state at what is happening in my country. Egos and political interferences of men who should put away their selfish egos in the interest of the people. That is why we never got where we needed to have been.
It looks and sounds ephemeral, meaning, you know, like it's inanimate and it's abstract, this business of the economy. But if you have a good economy, people will be able to help themselves. A good economy helps everyone.
I think he's failing the people of Western Jamaica. And I think that it's partly maybe as a result of the fact that he didn't get a lot of support electorally in the elections last September from that part of Jamaica. But that shouldn't be a factor. You know, that maybe as a result of the fact that he didn't get a lot of support electorally in the elections last September from that part of Jamaica. But that shouldn't be a factor. You know, that really isn't relevant. You know, as I say, Bob Marley say, rain or fall upon one man, house stop. You know, everybody was affected. PNP, JLP, no P. So at a time like this, you can't bring politics into it. And of course, he would deny that he does. But the facts speak for themselves. The scanty efforts made, the slow pace with which things are being addressed, indicate that there is, I would say, inadequate attention. And I think he has let down the people of Western Jamaica.
Why may I tell you, Marky G? What a sound argument. Of course he's going to say no. You know, that's not true. But come on, look at the results. Look at the evidence. It screams political victimization. It's screaming for, it's so loud, it's deafening. You can't spin it, man. Spin one, man. How much you don't want to bet me say when I go hear Ocean White talk about this? And everybody got to talk about this. Just watch. Evening at Parliament. Parliament I got Tuesday, though. Mighty God. Jamaica, let me tell you something. I tell you from now. Anybody will watch this. Follow me on all my platform, them here. Yeah, man, because I might just be live for Parliament on Bolo VNR. See there right there, so? In front of you? Or Bolo TBV. Yeah, man, I might be live for Parliament, man. So if you want to see Parliament from Bolo VNR station, you can come check me out on Bolo TBV or Bolo VNR. Yeah, man, I go see what I want, just like how you see what I want right now. You see me? Yeah. And I see me still in, but I see what I want. Let's continue. Parliament can't miss a lie.
And divinely intervene. We can't manage anymore. Earth are run red.
Hey, me not tell no lies to Jamaican people. After everything what happened to me, I'm still at work over there. I'm still at do all I things that I know, so I'm not supposed to do. Somehow know all I cuss God in the comment section. Enough time I'm put up some video with Pastor Peter Chambers and other people who know how to cuss God. You want to tappy, you know? You know to tappy and repent. Tappy Jamaica, tappy. Upon Ishmael, big up Ishmael. Ishmael outside. You see me? Big up Ishmael. You see what I deal with? I'm going to tell you, brother, the documentary a sell off. And the last part of Andrea talk, icing on the cake. Message sent, message clear. Evidence there. You see me?
From environmental crisis. Because if we were to have that in this season, oh my Lord, my Father from up above would have to come down in tenderly love and divinely intervene. We can't manage anymore. Earth are run red. Jamaica are run, else we surely perish. Give us vision.
Oh, I hope you wake up in labor right then, but not tell no lie. I really hope you wake them up. Because this not funny. And this not normal. This are not politics, are just the reality. The man them feel the people them, man. It's really bad. Understand? All on the mic side. I'm not gonna look a thing on about there. Make it stay. I'm just gonna do it same way. Do it same way. Listen to parts of the show. in reaction because the lady was there, Miss Danishka Prendergast. Yeah, so we're not listening to it enough. Just listening for the first time. Alright, so we're going ahead.
Like I did. Denisha, what was the reality of being in the space and seeing the suffering of the Jamaican people?
I think words fail to really fully communicate the experience of displacement, the emotion, you know, not just of the people but the land. I remember I saw in the hurricane, I mean in the documentary, just talking about how bare the trees were, and for me that was a reflection of how the people were feeling. It was really a horrific thing to witness people in that kind of trauma.
Yes.
Visible, physical, and we could only imagine what would come after that, but we have continued to see it persist. You know, people are bleeding out in plain sight, and it's just because we're not seeing the blood why I think people aren't outraged. But right now the spirit, the humanity of Jamaica is bleeding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why are you so hurt? Why are you so hurt? Why are you so hurt? And I want you to...
Wow. What's that?
Sure, advertisement. No, it's not the time. Why are the lady are saying a version? God, that they intro they alone, you know. And this is a question that we Andre just asked a while ago. Mighty God, why are you so hurt?
Why are you so hurt? Why are you so hurt? And I want you to just tell Jamaica tonight, how do you feel about the response of this government or the response of the political directorate in this country towards the people in Western Jamaica?
I think I decided a few days ago that I'm going to start to use a more gentle tone. You know, maybe that will encourage them to see that we are not enemies of the state. You know, we are nation builders who are supporting the recovery of our brothers and sisters in every way possible. I am flabbergasted that the leaders of our nation have presented themselves to be brats. You know, like in high school, when I look at how they behave in parliament, I'm just like, these people cannot be running my country. This is not something that I signed up for. I definitely never vote for none of them. You know, and I am embarrassed to say that these are the leaders of our nation at this time. I continue to see how our leaders exploit our culture in pursuit of, what you call it here now? Celebrity. They want to be influencers. I've been looking at the Prime Minister's Instagram recently, and I see that you are a fan of the music, you know. I see that you listen to my family's music very keenly. Up to today, I saw you post an image with my uncle, you know, and I find it curious because in a time when we should be leading the country and really innovating new plans, we have time to take a tour, you know, and to be listening to music, but we're not really listening, you know. So I am watching the leadership of my country put on a show, well-informed show, great marketing. I love it. What you guys are doing, your PR person, they're on it. But I'm really concerned that we really think that this is a joke thing. There are hundreds of thousands of people who are still suffering.
The Prime Minister said he's being strategic in how he spends the hurricane relief money. What is your response to him about that, Denisha?
Well, you know, again, I'm just trying to use my best nice
No,
voice.
Denisha, your grandfather would have spilled the beans, cost it what it will.
I am, you know, you see, I make sure to wear my grandfather today. Time will tell, because time will definitely tell with what is going to happen next. I personally, through my nonprofit organization, we have sent multiple proposals to the government of Jamaica about establishing a transitional housing solution, blueprints, situational reports about what is happening on the ground to inform the direction that we're going with, budgets, you know, ideas. I've consulted with them to try to find a way to create a partnership because, again, I'm not an enemy of the state. However, they've wasted a lot of our time and energy and resources. They've misled a nation to believe that they were doing the work when they actually weren't. And I really don't have any faith that when the government say anything is the truth anymore. I watched them make promises to the people at the Petersfield shelter, victims who were going through trauma. I watched them.
Yo, me have to highlight that comment here. Carlene, man, listen. You preaching the gospel, baby. You are preaching the gospel. Imagine we're going on another hurricane season. What has the government done in preparation for that? Honestly, what have they done? What lessons did they learn from last year with Hurricane Melissa that they're actually implementing now? Is there any? These are questions. Let's continue.
Of our time and energy and resources. They've misled a nation to believe that they were doing the work when they actually weren't. And I really don't have any faith that when the government say anything is the truth anymore. I watched them make promises to the people at the Petersfield shelter, victims who were going through trauma. I watched them. Food for the Poor promised to build 50 homes. Remember, man. Food for the Poor promised to build them 50 homes. This was a government-sanctioned project. And I noticed that we haven't.
Her internet is going Jamaica. I wonder if it's the Pegasus.
Yet. And I think Denisha can pick up on this once she comes back, is that she spoke about her meeting with Andrew Holness. And we all remembered when he went down and he posted on his social media that they were meeting and he'd hugged her and made it seem as though, it was a really, positive meeting a volunteer who is on the ground helping people. But in reality, in the documentary, Denisha, you were saying that you felt as though it was a waste of your time. It was a disappointment. And that, whatever he said to you there and then, nothing's materialized. I know you also met with Pernell Charles as well and multiple others. And again, you even went as far as saying in the documentary that you believe that there was a degree of gender bias.
If you have belly fat after...
Yo, thank you, Noel, for asking her that, because I never understood what that meant. A gender bias. So let me hear what she's saying about that, though. Wow. Yo, a gender bias? Interesting. Just like how they never learned a thing about the big C. No, listen, that's why I say all of this, they're doing it on purpose, in my opinion. Like and share the video, guys.
Gender bias. That because you are a woman, that perhaps that's the reason why your proposals or your ideas to try and improve the lives of the people who are still struggling in Petersfield hasn't been taken note of.
Definitely. And I'm also not a corporate entity. I'm not a friend of anybody. My last name is not one that you hear in the rooms when they're having drinks and stuff like that, So when you hear my name, it triggers something different. You see, I never come from the 8 families that run this country. No, my family them come from the ghetto. Seen? So when I see certain things, I feel a different kind of way. When I consider my contribution to how things stay, I realize I have to do more. It's simple. There are many Jamaicas on this island, and I think that this hurricane has allowed us to see how many versions of Jamaica there are. Classism is rife. It is unreal, moving between Kingston and the western end of the island and hearing these politicians talk about how Jamaica was impacted. Bro, get it together. There were 4 or 5 parishes that was impacted. The entire island was not impacted. So this illusion that I have out there in the world that, Jamaica mash up, let's clap it in. Because you guys are making it seem like Jamaica is a continent. It's a whole big country. We are not a small island and still couldn't do the right thing. So everybody should be fired as far as I am concerned. Everybody should lose their work. This is a F. Everybody has failed. Our nation.
Guilty. That nigga is guilty.
Yo, I love this, bro. I've been saying this for somebody that is on the ground to say that. This is a big F. Dang. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. A big F. Damn. Wow. Wow.
Up. Let's clap it in, because you guys are making it seem like Jamaica is a continent. It's a whole big country. We are not a small island and still couldn't do the right thing. So everybody should be fired as far as I am concerned. Everybody should lose their work. This is a F. Everybody has failed. Our nation, hurricane season starts in a few days from now. Where is the big rollout for the
crisis of leadership? A crisis of leadership.
This is a joke thing, bro. Seriously, this is a joke thing. Every well-thinking Jamaican is supposed to be concerned at this time.
Danisha, you have seen the Auditor General's report of $1.4 billion that is said to have come in for Hurricane Melissa victims. And only 1.8% of that money has been spent on the victims. How do you feel about that?
Andre, why you keep on trying to draw me out? You don't say I have my flowers. I have my nice gentleness. You know, I mean,
because I know the ancestors in you and your grandfather is speaking through you. He would be very upset to know Babylon's system is mashing up what should have been the true benefits of the Jamaican people.
Yo, Andre, I real set on, you know, but me love it. Andre, I love it. That's up, man. Listen, bravo, sir. I know we love the day I laugh at that, but girl, look a bit last man. Like, Andre, I see what you do. I see what you do. But seriously though, she's trying to be reserved in her critique. But she's visibly upset. I don't know about nobody else, but I pay attention to body language. I pay attention to subtle cues. She is livid right now, bro. I'm talking about if she could have hold one of them people in her parliament physically and just slap some sense in them, I don't know if she would, but she kind of have that look like that's how upset she is. If you get what I'm saying. All right, let's continue.
I can tell you.
He would be very upset to know Babylon's system is mashing up what should have been the true benefits of the Jamaican people.
I mean, I can tell you straight, HOV, we have spent more money than the government of Jamaica in Petersfield alone. I can tell you
that's your foundation. That's your foundation.
Yes, sir. So just to make a comparable to people, right? If a simple grassroots non-profit organization can spend that 2%, that less than 2% that the government spent across the island in one community alone, come on, man. Our people, it's like we're not thinking critically. We're not really looking at what it is. The government spent, anyway,
26. No, I'm going to bring it. The government spent 26 million nationally, and you spent in Petersfield more than the 26 million per one shelter.
What? Oh, hell no. Nah, bruh. No. Nah. Ain't no way, bruh. Ain't no way. Give me a second. What?
This is a joke thing. Every well-thinking Jamaican is supposed. You know, when I consider my contribution to how things are in the rooms when they're having
taken note of.
Definitely.
As far as saying that you felt as though down and he posted.
So Jamaica, I didn't even want to do this. To be honest with you, I told persons that I wasn't gonna do any. I'm sorry, I have to break my promise. I have to do this. I'm very sorry. I have to break my promise. I'm just listening to this conversation with Andre for the first time tonight while here on my live. This is literally my raw reaction, and this young lady just said so. Whoa, let's get into it, man. Listen to this. Just listen to this.
She spoke about her meeting with Andrew Holness, and we all remembered when he went down and he posted on his social media that they were meeting, and he'd hugged her and made it seem as though, you know, it was a really positive meeting a volunteer who's on the ground helping people. But in reality, in the documentary, Denisha, you were saying that you felt as though it was a waste of your time. It was a disappointment. And that, you know, whatever he said to you there and then, nothing's materialized. I know you also met with Pernell Charles as well and multiple others. And again, you even went as far as saying in the documentary that you believe that there was a degree of gender bias, that because you are a woman, that perhaps that's the reason why your proposals or your ideas to try and improve the lives of the people who are still struggling in Petersfield hasn't been taken note of.
Definitely, and I'm also not a corporate entity. I'm not a friend of anybody. You know, my last name is not one that you hear in the rooms when they're having drinks and stuff like that. You know, so when you hear my name, it triggers something different. You see, I never come from the 8 families that run this country. No, my family them come from the ghetto. Seen? So when I see certain things, I feel a different kind of way. You know, when I consider my contribution to how things stay, I realize I have to do more. It's simple. There are many Jamaicas on this island, and I think that this hurricane has allowed us to see how many versions of Jamaica there are. Classism is rife. It is unreal, moving between Kingston and the western end of the island and hearing these politicians talk about how Jamaica was impacted. Bro, get it together. There were 4 or 5 parishes that was impacted. The entire island was not impacted. So this illusion that I have out there in the world that, oh, Jamaica mash up, let's clap it in. Because you guys are making it seem like Jamaica is a continent. It's a whole big country. We are not a small island and still couldn't do the right thing. So everybody should be fired as far as I am concerned. Everybody should lose their work. This is a F. Everybody has failed. Our nation, hurricane season starting a few days from now. Where is the big rollout for the
crisis of leadership? A crisis of leadership.
Jamaica, where is the lie? Everybody should be fired. And you know, it's sad that the petition, I hope that the petition, all the petitions are signed and we can get to that in Jesus' mighty name. All of them need to be fired, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't Pernell Charles take a vacation recently and came back and was pretty much boasting in the press conference? Let me tell y'all something, man. Jamaica, you guys are tripping. Everybody defending this government, y'all are tripping. You guys are on the wrong side of history. I'm telling you. If you should look at the real scope of things. Yeah, man, y'all tripping, bro.
This is a joke thing, bro. Seriously, this is a joke thing. Every well-thinking Jamaican is supposed to be concerned at this time.
Danisha, you have seen the Auditor General's report of $1.4 billion that is said to have come in for Hurricane Melissa victims. And only 1.8% of that money has been spent on the victims. How do you feel about that?
Andre, why you keep on trying to draw me out? You don't say I have my flowers, I have my nice gentleness, you know? I mean,
because I know the ancestors in you and your grandfather is speaking through you. He would be very upset to know Babylon's system is mashing up what should have been the true benefits of the Jamaican people.
I mean, I can tell you straight, HOV, we have spent more money than the government of Jamaica in Petersfield alone.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Say what now? Play that back. Wait a minute.
I mean,
because I know the ancestors in you and your grandfather is speaking through you. He would be very upset to know Babylon's system is mashing up what should have been the true benefits of the Jamaican people.
I mean, I can tell you straight, HOV, we have spent more money than the government of Jamaica in Petersfield alone. I can tell
you. That's your foundation.
Oh my God, no way. What can go so?
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
true benefits of the Jamaican people?
I mean, I can tell you straight, HOV, we have spent more money than the government of Jamaica in Petersfield alone.
Help. We key out of the ladder.
We need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need this. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
What should have been the true benefits of the Jamaican people?
I mean, I can tell you straight, HOV, we have spent more money than the government of Jamaica in Petersfield alone.
Emotional damage.
I can tell you
That's your
straight.
foundation. That's your
Yes.
foundation.
Yes, sir. So just to make a comparable to people, right? If a simple grassroots nonprofit organization can spend that 2%, that less than 2% that the government spent across the island in one community alone, come on, man. Our people, it's like we're not thinking critically. We're not really looking at what it is. The government spend, anyway, yo.
26. No, I'm going to bring it. That's your foundation.
Yes, sir. So just to make a comparable to people, right? If a simple grassroots nonprofit organization can spend that 2%, that less than 2% that the government spent across the island in one community alone, come on, man. Our people, it's like we're not thinking critically. We're not really looking at what it is. The government spent, anyway, yo.
26. No, I'm going to bring it. The government spent 26 million nationally, and you spent in Petersfield more than the 26 million per one shelter. Mighty God. And the response of the government is, Noel, the Andrew Holness government is being what? Strategic. And you, through donor support, have all of those evidence of how you have spent the people's money.
All of the evidence of how we spend the people's money. See, we're still here. We're still here. That and more. I don't start to talk about my personal sacrifice. Nobody don't employ me, sir. None of these government agencies don't employ me. We have got no corporate support because guess what? We're speaking too loudly. So nobody don't really want to support what Donisha is doing because guess what? She ruffling too much feathers. Donisha talk nice, no man. You don't want to be on the blacklist. What you still doing down there, Donisha? You don't afraid that people come for you. You look. We get.
Wow. Wow. So this is how people think of the government outside of Jamaica. Like they would never be doing what she's doing. They fear for her life. Wow. Wow.
Too much.
And you, through donor support, have all of those evidence of how you have spent the people's money.
All of the evidence of how we spend the people's money. See, we're still here. We're still here. That and more. I don't start to talk about my personal sacrifice. Nobody don't employ me, sir. None of these government agencies don't employ me. We have got no corporate support because guess what? We're speaking too loudly. So nobody don't really want to support what Donisha is doing because guess what? She ruffling too much feathers. Donisha talk nice, no man. You don't want to be on the blacklist. What you still doing down there, Donisha? You don't afraid that people come for you. You look. We get all of it, but guess what? None of the Maroons, Sam Sharp, Paul Bogle, Marcus Garvey, all them blood they're running me. And my genetic memory, don't forget so quick. Right? We are right now on plantations. Petersfield is a plantation. So you have to understand the next level of what is happening here. This is a spiritual thing that is happening. Our island need liberation. And our people are too afraid to speak out because them feel like the minister of Wayne name, Horace Chang, I go send some police for come shoot you. Yeah. And then say we don't need, but yo, this island is
emotional damage.
All all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Runes, Sam Sharp, Paul
The truth
Bogle,
is the light.
Marcus Garvey, all them blood they running me. And my genetic memory don't forget so quick. Right? We are right now on plantations. Petersfield is a plantation. So you have to understand the next level of what is.
Wow, Petersfield is a plantation. Wow. 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 Wow.
Happening here. This is a spiritual thing that is happening. Our island need liberation. And our people are too afraid to speak out because them feel like the minister of Wayne name, Horace Chang, I go send some police for come shoot you. Yeah. And then say we don't need, but yo, this island is very quickly spiraling out of control. And the people who have the opportunity to hold these people accountable are not. I don't hear any artists them speaking about it.
Talk truth. Whole of artists then quiet. Andrew have a whole of them wrap up. Then afraid of Andrew. Enough of them. They not say nothing in music. Water down. When people are go through struggles, I artists they used to come out and come burn out Andrew. 1 and 2 underground artists are burn out Andrew. All of them afraid of Andrew. Every one of them. As quiet as kept. Yeah man, a little fear man. Andrew a little fear in Jamaica man. Everybody afraid of Andrew. You don't see what I go on? Did.
The Pegasus is at work, Donisha. The Pegasus is at work.
While I start speaking, where's the art? Where is the art to record the voices and platform the voices of the people? I see the reggae community right now back and forth about some foolishness. Brother, don't stop wasting my time here. I'll be down here making sure that I'm making an example. The government need to come good. There are solutions that have been presented, brother. Solutions that have been presented that should have been implemented long time. They want to come and give people plastic containers to live in as permanent solutions, and the Prime Minister feel good to tell people that. You know, some dunce back, bro.
You said you carried a proposal. Wait a second. You said you carried a proposal to the government about how you wanted to put in structured living, dwelling conditions. How long ago you had that conversations with the government?
I had this conversation with the government from my birthday on December the 29th last year. Correct. Yep.
Oh, you a Capricorn? Oh, I already knew. I already knew, bro. Yeah, I already knew. Hey, listen, man. I felt the spirit of a Capricorn, Lord of mercy. I already knew. Yo, I literally, bro. You know, I feel like this government has pushed me to the limit in terms of, you know, like I genuinely, like I'm not, when I'm on my platforms, it's not a show for me. Like I literally get upset thinking about some of the stuff that they be telling us, acting like we're idiots. Like it bothers me. And take the people them for food, and the people them, it bother me even more that the people them allow them to take them for food. That part really bothers me. That part really bothers me. I'm like, yo, guys, wake up. What the hell are you doing? Wake up, the man. Jaja.
Conversation with the government from my birthday on December the 29th last year. Correct. Yeah, man, can we know how to write history now? Good. And made sure to send this proposal to the government on my birthday, December 29th, before the eviction notice. The government of Jamaica had a possible transitional housing solution that is scalable and implementable across the island. And it's simple, you know, Andre. It's simple.
Yes.
Create a space where displaced people can safely and dignified transition. We have these containers that are immediately available. Carry them, drop them on the space. We have all of the social services and everything. Everybody who needs to be identified to get their home rebuilt is on a list and properly supplied. There is a system, coordinated system, went through the whole thing. This is not something that an individual is supposed to be doing. This is something that a government agency is supposed to be doing. The government have so much money, and you're trying to tell me that the government of Jamaica could not invest 30 million Jamaican dollars into establishing Jamaica's first transitional housing solution. Instead, now 5, 6, 7 months later is when they want to run up and down and say, well, we have this container house solution and that kind of a thing. It's
But
just
let us go.
disappointing.
Let us go a little further, Danisha. November 20th, the Prime Minister of Jamaica told the world that he is getting 5,000 modular homes for the people in Western Jamaica. And it will take 90 days for the people in Western Jamaica to get these homes. So by the end of February, we're now at the end of May. Not one of those modular homes has dropped. The government is now saying it's 2,500 modular homes coming and 900 is in the country. Some are from the Chinese and some is from the Red Cross. How do you want to respond to Andrew Holness and his sly old facts comments? Nobody in the media is fact-checking him with these realities.
Hi, Andre.
Danisha, if it takes just a few of us tonight to start the conversation about a revolution, a social revolution in this country, your grandfather walks, your grandfather's spirit talks through you. Do not limit the conversation on one of Jamaica's most hardened political platforms that gives people enough.
Look, just to be very clear, the Prime Minister of Jamaica is a very nice talking man.
Oh,
Yes.
him is a
Very
him is a
nice
singer.
talking man, right? I see that him probably get a stylist recently, you know. I see that he's become a lot more conscious of his angles and stuff like that as a media practitioner. I see that it's a real poppy show that is happening right now.
Poppy show.
And right, I think our leaders think that we are just audience and entertained. We're entertained by what is happening. All of these promises that the government has and continued to make have all proved to be empty. And I really hope that the government will prove me wrong when I say that you're all criminals. You're all criminals in this moment. To allow history to record this, you're all criminals.
Emotional damage. Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Yo, nobody did. Never tell me say. Damn. No, hey, this is so refreshing. She gotta be a Capricorn. She gotta be a Capricorn. I'm telling you. Sometimes I be trying to hold that part of me back, but I just gotta say it, bro. Y'all some criminals, bro. Y'all some criminals. This government is a criminal organization. Real talk. Where is the lot, man? All lies will be exposed, bro. All lies, bro. All lies.
I'm dead.
In this moment, to allow history to record. And I really hope that the government will prove me wrong when I say that you're all criminals. You're all criminals in this moment. To allow history to record this, you're all criminals. To try to deflect from the conversation and take pictures with celebrities at a moment like this, come on now. What you should have done is created grants for non-profit organizations, for independent agencies to be able to come up with innovative ideas. You know, you're talking about getting people from, yeah, man, give us an opportunity to dream and become a part of nation building. But you, at every juncture, you guys close the door. And HOV, myself and my nonprofit organization, is a prime example of how the government of Jamaica deals with young people who have new ideas and who want to contribute to the nation. If you don't call yourself JLP or PNP, it's an issue. I call myself neither. Like I said in the documentary, I also think that the PNP has to answer to the fact that Westmoreland stay like this. I'm not friends with none of these governments, past or present. The reality is, the reality is, we as human beings have to look past this political thing that we've inherited. Jamaica is just 62, about to be 63. She's 2 years older than my mother. And I see how young my mother is, right? And she's still growing and still defining herself and still unlearning. And I look at the development of our nation and I compare it to a nation like America. I remember a sister of mine said it to me recently. She said, Nisha, Now is when Jamaica is going to go through our civil rights movement, when these organizations come forward and really fight for the rights of the people and that kind of a thing, because America has an older history. So America had more time to be able to decide to define themselves and their nationhood.
Are you willing to be Jamaica's Rosa Parks?
Am I willing to be Jamaica's Rosa Parks? You don't see a name, Donisha Prendergast. My name is written in history, very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. It is time that we decide how history is going to remember us. It is time that we decide that. And I've decided that history is not going to remember me at this time, sitting down and standing aside and looking.
What can Axon?
Yo, let me tell you something. That's the bottom line right there, bro. Hey, listen, I can speak for myself. Listen, I don't think I'm braver than anybody else. I just think I am playing the game ahead of some people. Like, if you don't stand up now, when you're gonna stand up? When they have you, you know, held down by 20 police, handcuff, kicking you in the gut, beating you because you don't support the dictatorial government. That's the time you guys are gonna speak out. When the horse already gone through the gate. Man, I'm saying, bro, y'all need to wake up. We about to crash, fam. We're about to crash into a whole big disaster with this government at the head. Yeah. It's going to be really disastrous at every level. This government is toxic. Spiritually, first and foremost, because it begins there. The stuff that they're a part of. You get me? The inhumane nature of them. So because you're not JLP or PMP, you know? And, you know, really and truly, that's why I kind of stay a distance, you know, because I don't want anybody to feel like, say, yo, I don't want any favor from the government personally. PMP, if they go in power, I'm not seeking anything. I don't want, and this is the terminology used. I'm not throwing any shade at my brother. I don't want any partnership. What I'm doing on this platform is because I'm doing what I actually believe in. Out of the two parties that are in power, the PMP is the best choice. Nobody else is contending right now. The UIC fell out the race because obviously, you know, their thing is about the people funding it. The way it's structured. So if people not funding it, then it has no, and then they're getting a fight. Even the PMP is getting a fight. And they have more resources. So you can just imagine. It's like swimming. It's like a little ticky fish swimming in the middle of the ocean. It gets swallowed up. The waves is boxing the fish all over the place. Them nah make no wave. The wave a box them because them too small. And that are the thing with the other I see Marvin a try for the film thing, but he was a part of the UIC as well at some juncture and then fell out or whatever. You see me? So it's like, in this environment politically in Jamaica, it's really hard for a third party to thrive. And it's really about the people, because even persons that don't vote, I'm saying you're doing your country a disservice. Why don't you build your own political party? Why don't you guys organize? There's more of you than there is of us. It's a numbers game. The persons that don't believe in either government, there's more than you than there is of us. So if you guys were to put your resources behind a political party, individuals that you believe would represent the ideologies of that group that don't believe in either government, well, bro, you'll be powerful. You have 50+% of the population. At any juncture, you only need 30% of the population or 40% to beat either government, PMP or JLP. It's a numbers game. It is a numbers game. But the thing is, Vernon, how you doing? The thing is, you know, do you guys believe in yourselves in that manner? Do you guys want to invest in your own liberation in that manner. You know, they say don't invent the wheel, don't reinvent the wheel, but at this juncture, you know, it is what it is. It's like people really gotta, really start getting involved. You really gotta start getting involved, yo. Running away from Jamaica, that's exactly what they want. They want you to run away from Jamaica. So they can have it and them friends and them family. We have all the money, just buy it all up and just enjoy it while you live in squalor and suffer. And, you know, they'll have some robots here soon where, you know, less jobs so they don't need as much people on the plantation. This is how the elites think, you know. Cold-blooded reptiles. You understand? Cold-blooded reptiles. Reptilian in nature mentally. Cold-blooded. Let's continue.
Those your name, Donisha Prendergast. My name is written in history, very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. It is time that we decide how history is going to remember us. It is time that we decide that. And I've decided that history is not going to remember me at this time sitting down and standing aside and looking. My youth need to make sure that there's a Jamaica that him can come back to. Because it coming like our leaders want Jamaica to devolve into Haiti. I'm watching on, you know. I'm watching on. Yeah, man. Because my travels around the world have given me comparisons. After Japan with the earthquake, I went to Japan. That is in 2011. I went to Ishinomaki. I went to the spaces to help, to respond. After Sandy, I traveled to Long Island as well. After Dorian and Matthew, I traveled to the Bahamas and to Haiti as well. So I have seen what disaster looks like. I've seen what recovery looks like. And this, what is happening in Jamaica right now, is a real puppy show. And you think
puppy show government. Puppy show response. It's a puppy show response. Noel. I want to carry in Noel a second, Lioness. Because you're...
Yo. Wow. This is I'm not gonna watch all of it. But this, yeah. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. Listen, my side on the can't say my name forward in, although I did forward in late. I still going on 2 solid hours, you see me? Yeah, man. So big up Andre, big up Danisha, Prendergast. You know what I mean? Jamaica done crash. We're counting the bodies, hoping to find as many survivors. We're also trying people with skills to help put out one trap. Some might even need a crowbar to pull them out. Hey. So now hear what me I tell you. This girl really, listen. You see, a good government endorse this type of critic. You get me? A good government. This is the type of person that I would want to when the PNP, if it is the Lord's will for PNP to get back into power, and they will have the next righteous leader, the first righteous leader in Jamaica, according to the prophecy, I would love for persons like this to be the ones that are holding them accountable. And I would love, I know in terms of Mark Golding, I know I would see the maturity of taking those criticisms and really pressing towards winning over persons like her through, you know, just going out there and getting it done. Inviting persons like her to the table that have creative ideas. Mark Golding is that type of person, you know. He's very inclusive. Aren't you honest? And the JLP, they are not, they are very in-house with it. You see me? They are not inclusive at all. But I leave it at that. This was powerful. I encourage everybody to two things. I forgot. Two things, ladies and gentlemen. Noel. This is Noel's page. Alright. Noel page. Click on Noel page. So this is Noel Phillips page, right? Check him out. It's right there. Hope you can see it good on the screen. I didn't even know he had so much videos out, right? It says Noel Phillips TV. He has like 97 videos, right? So, yeah. Alright. This was 4 months ago. PNP Mark Golding on Jamaica becoming a republic. So, hold on. He had an interview with Marky G? Is that? Wait a minute. Oh, wow.
When we were last in government, which was between 2012 and 2016, I was Minister of Justice in that government. Portia Simpson Miller was our Prime Minister, Jamaica's first female Prime Minister. And we actually took to cabinet.
You know, you really had people that had a problem with saying Portia had one hairstyle. That's why, you know, you need a leader that's humble. Yeah, she never fussy. She just wanted to make sure that she help the people and the most vulnerable. Keep it simple, keep it classy. What's wrong with the lady hairstyle? Some of y'all wish you had that good hair, I swear. Some of y'all wish y'all had that good hair, baby. Real talk.
Jamaica's first female Prime Minister. And we actually took to cabinet the proposals for the specific legislative changes that needed to happen for us to become a republic. So we have been committed to it for a long time. But we decided at that time that another issue of importance, which is related to this, which is moving away from the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, which sits in London, to the Caribbean Court of Justice, which has been established and paid for by Jamaica and other Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean states, that we should proceed with that first. And we tried, but it was eventually blocked by what is now the government, but they were then in opposition, the Jamaica Labour Party. And apart from that, you know, we've had a long-standing movement for reparations for slavery, the Rastafarian community, Garveyism and the Garveyite movement. All of those things originated here in Jamaica. We are committed to Jamaica becoming fully independent. We're committed to Jamaica having a Jamaican as our head of state. This is something that should have happened long ago, but because of the peculiarities of our constitution, which require that amendment to our constitution to go to a referendum, I think successive governments have been hesitant because of the politics that has in the past played out in referenda. In 1961, Jamaica had its last referendum, which was the year before our independence. And the independence movement, led by the People's National Party, put the idea of a West Indian Federation to a referendum and lost, and subsequently lost the general election the year after, so that the other party that had not been really supportive of independence and was a kind of Johnny-come-lately entity, they actually were the party that carried Jamaica into independence. And that event has cast a long shadow over Jamaican politics. But it's a shadow which I'm hoping is waning, and that we can collectively come together and let this happen, which does require bipartisan support, because not only does it need a referendum, but the legislation first has to be passed through Parliament with a 2/3 majority. And in our system, you can't get a 2/3 majority in the upper chamber unless at least one opposition senator comes on board. So it does require a bipartisan effort, and I think we will get there.
So is that part of the problem? The fact that, you know, it appears one side, you know, want to push ahead, want this to happen, and you've been very vocal, you've been speaking out on this issue for quite some time now, and it appears the governing party don't seem to be on the same page, or they're not wanting to appear to be on the same page.
On the question of the final court, they are not yet on the same page as us, but it's an issue which we continue to advocate for. On the question of having our own Jamaican head of state, I believe we are now on the same page. I believe they are now committed to that as well. and in fact have been for a long time in theory, but haven't been willing to follow through with it. I believe now the Prime Minister is minded to do it, but I'm hopeful, based on what he has said, that we will get it done, and we will get it done as a bipartisan effort in the best interest of Jamaica and the future of this country.
If he doesn't go ahead, what do you think will happen?
That's a great question, and of course it's conjecture because one doesn't know. But I believe that over time people are increasingly keen to see this matter resolved. I think people feel that Jamaica's place in the world and our own self-belief as a people requires us to take this step of having our own head of state. When we were last...
Big shout out to Noel. Sounds as if it's his journalists asking Mark Golden the question. It doesn't sound like Noel, although it's sped up, it sounds like one of the people on his team. So that's dope. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. Yeah, I believe Mark Golden will do well. The thing is, I find with Mark is that he is more of a hands-on to the books kind of man. He's all about results. He's not an in-your-face persona. No, all of that is gimmickry and all of that, right? I don't think so. I don't think that Jamaicans are not feeding him. I will say this: a lot of Jamaicans like the entertainment aspect, and you know, I see a point because Andrew Honest does exploit that because it's all a show. So Andrew Honest believes that he can just, you know, have a show of it, you know, a pageantry, a political pageantry and PR, and you know, it will be good for him. That's what I think he believes. I really think he believes that. You know, everybody knows PDTV, right? Is there anybody on here that doesn't know PDTV? A lot of my subscribers are also subscribers of PDTV, you know. So no don't know. Understand? No. I'm not gonna end the live. I'm gonna let the live continue, but I won't be doing any talking. There is some. I'm gonna let it run. We need to go back, ladies and gentlemen. We need to go back. And I'm starting it specifically from here for a reason. We need to remember this is a throwback. Alright? Going into Friday morning. We're throwing back with the videos, you heard? Yeah, I'm gonna start the next live to do this. I'm just gonna do it on this. And whoever watched the video, you know, them see what time it is. Yeah? So that's how we are doing it. That's how we are doing it, Jamaica. Let's get into it. I'll be up doing some work while I'm watching with you guys. And we can interact in the comment section, alright?
There are three critical issues that have been affecting the constituency of northeastern St. Elizabeth since Hurricane Melissa. The first issue has been adequately ventilated by my previous colleagues, and that has to do with the issue of housing. Now, it is very clear that many persons have still not been assessed for housing grant or housing assistance in the constituency of northeastern St. Elizabeth. We see it every single time we go to the supermarket, we go on the road, people approach us asking for housing assistance or building material because they didn't even know that the government had set a deadline by which they should apply for assistance. Those who have actually been assessed, many of those who have been assessed have actually not received a benefit. They haven't received anything from Housing Trust. They haven't received anything from Trans-Jamaican Highway, which has assisted some persons through that program. They haven't received any form of governmental assistance whatsoever. And those who have received assistance will tell you that it is simply woefully inadequate. What they're getting, the little mickle, can't put on back a roof. It can't fix up back the window, it can't put on back a door because it's just not sufficient. And so I always pause and hesitate when I attend conferences of this nature, because I understand the role of the spin doctors and the PR pros who will make it appear as though here goes the People's National Party once again asking for more money. And so I want to make it clear that we're not asking for more money for ourselves. We're asking for additional resources through whatever avenue the government deems best suited for those persons to get assistance. And we ask on behalf of the people like the elderly lady I saw a few days ago in Pepper, whose house blew down and she have a catch with her neighbors. I ask on behalf of the people in Balaclava, in Silo, in Thornton, who get a little bit of assistance, but them still out a door because they can't, it's just not sufficient to put on back or to build back sufficiently. And so we come here this morning once again to really ask the government as a matter of urgency to, one, revisit that application period that was stipulated, extend the time period for persons to apply for housing assistance, building material assistance, and also to increase the funding so that those persons who are affected can actually get a meaningful contribution and not just some token contribution that does nothing and doesn't even move the needle. Now, as it relates to the second issue plaguing the constituency of northeastern St. Elizabeth, it has captured national attention in recent days, and that is the flooding in Santa Cruz. But the truth is, this is a recurring issue. It is a long-standing issue. The town of Santa Cruz has been flooded from before I was even born. And it continues to be flooded now, but it has increased in frequency, and the devastation has now quadrupled since Hurricane Melissa. The harsh reality is that the drainage network is insufficient. It is antiquated. It has not kept a pace with the massive development that has happened in the town of Santa Cruz. And so what do we get? We get the town being flooded every single time it rains. It floods because we don't have adequate drainage. And so the town of Santa Cruz is now the drain. Back Street, or as my councillor Donovan Pagan would remind me, Sydney Pagan Drive, is now the drain because there isn't a sufficient drainage system to channel the water from the hills of Santa Cruz, which constantly inundate the town, mashing up the roadwork. And so it is now causing a recurring expenditure, recurrent expense on the national purse for the government to constantly be fixing back the road. Instead of wasting taxpayers' resources, I am using this opportunity to call on the government to put in place a meaningful plan once and for all that will solve the drainage and flooding issue that plagues Santa Cruz. I'm calling on the government to establish as a matter of urgency a multi-agency task force which comprises representatives from the parish council, national works agencies, the political representatives such as the councillor, the member of parliament, community members, and I ask for these inclusion because community members, the local representatives, have intimate knowledge, local knowledge, almost indigenous knowledge of where you can find some of the old drains where you used to channel the water. And so it is important to have a broad-based consultation, not just where the NWA comes in and fix one little drain in a Santa Cruz and then rainfall and we flood out again. We need a multi-agency task force to be set up with a view to presenting a viable solution to fix the issue of flooding in the town of Santa Cruz once and for all. Balaclava was flooded a few days ago as well. There isn't sufficient resources. I've reached out to the National Works Agency. They tell me they don't have the money to do drain cleaning at the moment. We need a routine maintenance of the drains in Balaclava so that the town don't flood whenever rain falls. As it relates, finally, to the issue of roads, and I do not propose to speak very long on this, but my constituents would not forgive me, especially the people in Good Hope, in Park Mountain, Bogue, where the road is splitting in two. They would not forgive me if I do not appeal to the government to conduct emergency road repair as it relates to our constituency, but especially the constituencies, because I don't wish to be selfish, the constituencies which have been devastated by Hurricane Melissa. We have seen deadly roadways emerging after the hurricane. And so a special plan needs to be in place to address these issues. It can't just be done through routine patching. There has to be a structured and comprehensive approach to fixing the craters that exist, the bridges that are tumbling down, the roads that are collapsing. We need urgent assistance. And so I use this opportunity not to criticize, not to complain, but to say that this is really a cry for help. This is a cry for help for the people of northeastern St. Elizabeth who have suffered devastation following Hurricane Melissa. It is a cry for help, for urgent housing assistance and building material to be provided to those who are still without a roof 6 months after the hurricane. It is a cry for help for the business community, the residents of Santa Cruz who constantly are flooded with very little rainfall, which disrupts and brings business and economic activities to a halt. It is a cry for help for those along the Lacovia to Burn Savannah main road who are fearful of being washed away like how the water washed away the bike a few days ago. This is a cry for urgent assistance and intervention so that people can actually build back better. Thank you.
JN Properties Limited will make real estate simple for you with professional and reliable.
Ladies and gentlemen, Leader of the Opposition, colleague parliamentarians and members of the media, pleasant good morning to you all. We in the People's National Party are subscribed to the fundamental view that shelter is a right to our citizens. And as such, we believe that after a natural disaster such as Hurricane Melissa, that it is the duty of the government to restore to near normalcy as possible to every citizen that has been affected in terms of their homes. These are individuals who have labored and toiled to build their houses. Some have thrown their partners, some have done their round robin, and within 30 minutes, based on the hurricane, their investment were destroyed. It's not a fault of theirs, it's natural disaster. But any caring government is going to move with alacrity to ensure that these individuals get as much assistance as possible to build back their homes. And we have seen and heard talks and promises from the 29th of October, the day after the hurricane, about the extent of assistance and support for Jamaicans in the affected parishes with their homes. And very little has been done based on what my colleagues have articulated. A peep into some of the available data tells me that 113,000 individuals have been assessed thus far. Of that number, 42% suffered minor damage, registered or assessed with minor damage, 40% major damage, and 18% severe damage. That means their houses were totally destroyed. I want to look primarily at the latter figure of 18% because 18% of 113,000 amounts to approximately 20,000 households. My mathematical calculations, based on the policy articulated by government, says that those individuals would receive $500,000 because they would fall in the category of severe damages or total destruction. That is $10 billion. The government announced a program for $10 billion. So that means the 20,000 individuals who have suffered severe damage would have eaten up all of the funds allocated by the government. And then the others would have nothing to get. And so we have heard a whole lot of figures being bantered about by the government in terms of how much they have raised in the history of Jamaica. Over $1 trillion. But yet still, one of the areas that has been severely damaged, houses, $10 billion. And I want to call upon the government to make sure that the appropriate resources are allocated to deal with this crisis that we have on our hand. Because if we are talking about building back better and restoring to normalcy our people where shelter is concerned, $10 billion is not going to cut it. It might be a start, but we'll be fooling ourselves if those 113,000 individuals or the 20,000 with severe damages to their homes would be getting any assistance. And I want to touch on an area that from about November of last year, the government has signaled to the country that they will be providing some 5,000 container homes to individuals who have been affected in the hurricane. They have moved to tell us that those houses would be in the island by January. January came and gone. We heard in March that the houses would be here. It is now April. It is now April. My question to the Prime Minister and the Minister with responsibility for housing, where the house them there? Where the house them there? Poor people in Culloden need the houses. Poor people in Petersfield need the houses. Poor people in Jericho need houses. We can't allow our brothers and sisters that we talk about, say we care about them, to be living in the deplorable conditions that they are in post-Hurricane Melissa. And then we make promises to deliver 5,000 houses, and all know we can't see one of those houses being delivered to the people based on the commitment of the government of Jamaica. I'm not talking about what other institutions have done. I'm not talking about what the private sector has done. I'm talking about the specific program that the government has said that they are going to be obtaining 5,000 container homes to deliver to the people of Jamaica that have been affected by Hurricane Melissa. We need to know where the house them there. And finally, one of the major problems that we have seen during the hurricane is the issue of land tenure. And the government said that it would address it during the recovery effort, because a lot of the houses, especially in Westmoreland, were built on lands that were leased by the people, and so they couldn't build a permanent structure, and we know what happened with that and the hurricane. I want to know from the government, in this post-Hurricane Melissa recovery effort, what measures have been put in place to ensure that when a man get the $500,000 check, they don't build back in the same situation that would contribute to them seeing their houses being destroyed. It is the duty of the government to ensure that the people get access to land to build back better than before. The leader of the opposition, my leader, had committed to ensure that we free up some of the lands and make the land available to those individuals who are living on government-owned land, to make sure that we create an access mechanism for those individuals by changing the requirement, the time frame in which individual could apply for those land in terms of tenureship. We want to know, where is the government on these issues? Because if it is that we don't take into consideration land tenure, we are not going to be building back better, and we are not going to be building back stronger. I say to the government of Jamaica, come forward, come clean, and tell the people of Jamaica the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleague MPs and senators. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, those listening in, I thank you for joining us this morning on this important discussion on the state of play in Jamaica in mid-April after Hurricane Melissa hit our country on 28th October 2025. I called this press conference today, this morning, because the government intends to take the NARA legislation in the House this afternoon. And the NARA bill seeks to establish an entity in law.
So hold on, Carleen, you never see this. I one of them recent, you matter about the NARA bill. I see a press conference this, I one of them more recent press conference. And them ask them where the house them there. And I see them tell about the house them a come and 900 of them a come. And PMP a pressure them. Sorry, and I put them on blast. Yes, about a month ago this. You know when my man they said now it's June. Now it's April. I in April this. Not April this though. 1 month ago. Yeah.
Which has been announced, but is not yet effectively operational because it has no legal basis. And is supposed to be the agency to drive the recovery of the country from the damage caused by this terrible hurricane that hit us in October. NARA is going to be set up to oversee the implementation of projects approved by Cabinet. The legislation has an array of issues which commentators have highlighted and which the opposition will also...
Yeah man, you're welcome, Carleen. That's why something moved me to start, because I have a playlist called Videos That You Missed. And this are the playlist. I may have hundreds of videos in there. Hundreds. Yo, the playlist long. Whole heap of video over there. I not play from, man.
So use the opportunity this afternoon to speak to. This is not the time for that. But I made the point that if you look at what is happening in our country now, the government has dropped the ball, and the people of Jamaica and the economy of Jamaica are suffering as a result of the government's ineptitude in managing the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. In the few months, in the last quarter of 2025, when Jamaica was inundated with local and overseas NGOs, well-wishers, providing relief to our people, food distribution, other forms of assistance. Things were appearing to be on track for recovery. However, that time has passed, and the glaring gaps in Jamaica's response to the disaster have been laid bare. The government's primary program for addressing the shelter crisis occasioned by Hurricane Melissa, the roofs program, is hopelessly inadequate and is being incompetently administered. We have heard from the MPs the horror stories of those who were promised and have not received any support or the support that they were promised. The difficulties of access, the lack of comprehensive coverage of people who are in desperate need of help. Tens of thousands of Jamaican families are living in a post-Melissa environment where they lack habitable shelter in which they can rebuild their lives. This is a deplorable situation which ought to be the focus and priority of the government at this time. Yet, in his budget presentation, the Prime Minister didn't speak to it at all. And if you look at the design of NARA and its focus, that is not what NARA is being established to tackle. This is an urgent and present need which must be addressed. The $10 billion under the roof program, less than 1/3 of 1% of GDP, less than 10% of the immediately available resources that Jamaica could draw down under its disaster risk financing framework, is hopelessly inadequate to meet the challenges presented by Hurricane Melissa to the housing stock of the country, especially in the worst affected parishes, but not uniquely to those parishes, because there are pockets of deprivation and shelter damage all over the country which are not being addressed. This situation has to be resolved. Furthermore, the methodology employed in roof has not built within its design anything to ensure a more resilient approach to the reconstruction of these houses. What is happening is that people who, I would say close to 100% of them, are uninsured, who have suffered either a total loss of their homes or substantial damage to their homes, or enough damage to warrant assistance, and are uninsured, are getting a fractional payment in the form of a grant of materials with a cash component which is very difficult to access, but with no guidance, no support to ensure that the methodologies used to rebuild their homes comply with even a basic set of standards to build a more resilient shelter for themselves. Therefore we are just repeating and compounding.
Hey Jamaica, when you see me on the side there, so I listen and I drop asleep. Hey, when you show me some love in the hey, today a Friday, you know. When you bless up the super chat and the cash up here, man. Bless up the super chat and the cash up. Hey, more hard still, you know. Just I realize it as me say me a drop asleep, Regine. Yo, me say me a drop asleep. You didn't see it a while ago? Me a drop asleep. No, man. It bad. Don't put the cash up in the chat. Wow. You bless up the cash up there, man. Bless up the cash up if you no can. Jamaica. I don't give nobody nothing to put on. But you bless up the place if you no can, yeah, man. Bless up the place. Wow. See it there, Jamaica.
The lack of resilience in the housing stock which existed prior to Melissa. This is poor management, poor policy. I was thinking when I was hearing of the horror stories about accessing the roof grants, why it is that this has become such a debacle when in the COVID crisis there was a range of grant programs created where data was uploaded and people were able to receive funds in their bank accounts or through the remittance agencies. Yes, the amounts were relatively small and we complained about that, but the methodology of distribution was worked through then. It seems that we've completely abandoned that template and have gone back to another system which is not working efficiently, which I gather was not put through any proper competitive bidding process, and which is now not giving the results that the people need. This is absolutely unsatisfactory. So we have a situation where people who are in desperate need of assistance are receiving a fraction of what they need. They are going to be using those funds to stretch it as best they can, which means the cheapest solutions will be pursued, not the ones that will be lasting. So we are not building any form of resilience into the rebuilding effort after Melissa, and we're just going to find ourselves back to square one if we have the misfortune of another bad weather event.
You know, I don't want that to happen, but to be honest with you, that's the direction that we're going down right now. Because it's what you're doing now. It's not about a government that has resources. They have to put them brain. They are the best paid, like, yes, Carlene, when everybody start talking to you, I have to answer. No. But may I tell you, Mark Golden is so on point with this one, he might be speaking prophetically. I'm telling you. And look for me, may I sleep this up, you know? No, man. Hey, me top part of my body, I get too big, you know? I have to start workout. If I even do some balancing workouts, help your body, you know, and your breathing too. Yeah, man, I have to start with some of them something there. Carlene, I did with love. Carlene, love me, ah. Love me. Just love me, ah.
The other thing I wanted to mention at this time is the situation with the Middle East and the war. We are now approaching the end of the second month of that conflict. We have seen the price of fuel at the pump going up week after week after week. We have been told by major corporate distributors and wholesalers in the food trade that food prices are going to start going up as well. It is going to flow through to other critical inputs, fertilizers, chemicals, medications, all of the different products, plastic-related products that have some form of petrochemical base in them. Everything is going to be impacted by this. The government has been completely silent as to their response to this incipient crisis on the people. There's no provision in the budget for any form of assistance. We heard from Petrojam that it has cost them, I think, $5 million US to mid-March from not having passed on the full dollar impact of the increase in oil prices that they have been incurring. But they have been making losses for the last few years, so they're in no position to finance that form of subsidy, and they're going to be depending on government for a bailout there. There's no bailout for them in the budget. And you know, the last PNP administration had the foresight of entering into an oil hedging program to protect Jamaica from what we are seeing now. It was funded by a special tax that was dedicated to financing that oil hedging program, which is essentially an insurance policy that if oil prices go above a certain figure per barrel, Jamaica gets a cash payment to cover that cost. This government discontinued that program, abandoned that insurance, but kept the tax in place and has been using it as part of the general revenue of the country. So now that
my side, you see people that listen to me, the reason why I'm going so hard to put out this information is for you guys to know the truth. Just understand what's happening to us. The government is in their management of situation is actually putting more pressure on it. They are the ones that the decisions that they make, especially with this edge tax thing, it makes your life harder than it needs to be. And life is already harder as it is with everything that is happening. Imagine somebody putting a foot on your neck, right? And then like really putting serious pressure on it, you know. We all want 2 ton, you know, and I put pressure on your neck and you try to fight, you know. Right? And then imagine somebody drop one big bag of cement in your gut and just take out all of the air out of you. And not one time, you know, but constantly doing that. Just boom. Boom. While somebody have them foot on your neck, you know. That's equivalent to what the government is doing with the edge tax. The man them can literally make the people in life easier, bro. But guess what? They want money. They don't have any money because them don't manage the economy well. They don't grow the economy. So they don't have any money. They haven't put the proper tax collection systems in place. Like Miss Lagarde from IMF when Mama P was in power. There's so much things they haven't done. Yeah, Daryl Vaz was the only person that came out and sound like there was a crisis with the Middle East thing. Them not all know Andrew come out and address $1.44 billion because it hurt him how people that talk about it. I know him not come out and address the war in Iran. And what is the government, the war in Iran, and what is the government's strategy to mitigate against those economical shocks. You see me? Yeah, terrible, man.
we're facing the horror of oil prices at around $100 a barrel when the budget was cast at an assumption of $60 a barrel. We are facing that with no protection, but the tax very much still in place and being paid by motorists, by consumers of electricity, and everyone in the society who pays tax effectively.
You see what I tell you? You see, everybody get affected by them collecting the edge tax. And the man them still a collect yo. I tell you, say man them wicked and evil. The man them not give people them a break. The man them not give people them a break. But I tell you, every day they're there on it.
This is a deplorable situation, and the government needs to come out and speak to how they intend to manage the impact of this cost of living crisis that is unfolding on the Jamaican people. Are we going to see any targeted relief for PATH beneficiaries? Are we going to see any targeted relief for Melissa victims? People who have already suffered massive damage to their homes and inadequate assistance in resolving their shelter needs are now going to be impacted by a cost of living crisis. What is to be done about them? What is to be done in terms of more general relief, especially for low-income families who will be having to bear the cost of increased prices for everything that they consume? The government has been silent. Many other governments around the world have already put measures in place to protect their populations. Ours has remained mum. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will close there. I thank everybody for participating and listening. And as I said, we wanted to put on record our assessment of what is facing the country at this time in the aftermath of Melissa, when the government seeks to pass the NARA legislation, which is their centerpiece structural effort to ensuring Jamaica's recovery, but which will not address the clear and present needs of our society, which the government is hopelessly ignoring and leaving the people feeling abandoned hopeless, and in despair. Thank you for listening.
The Toyota RAV4 has been the SUV Jamaica loves and trusts for years. Known for quality.
So this relates to the non-compliance with the GOJEP portal requirements. And there was also, and I'm jumping a bit, but there was also a document from the Ministry of Finance related to the GOJEP portal requirements, which, was that printed? Okay, I know it was sent via email. Ms. Blake, you have that as well? Because you sent that, and then we can go to that. But so this were the 20 contracts that were uploaded above the 10 million threshold sent internally by the University Hospital itself. Well, sorry, instead of me doing this, Mr. Hosing, could you just take us through the answers that you provided to us? Member Bunting, you have a question on this?
Yeah, I just want to point out, Mr. Chairman, we've been getting a lot of emails.
Right.
Some as recent as 9:53 a.m. this morning. So you'll have to help us. You guide us through
the 9:53 one yet.
That was
the customs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've been getting quite a few emails with.
So the document I would start with is these answers that were provided by the University Hospital of the West Indies. So Mr. Hosing, if you could just summarize, since we have the document, and just take us through the answers that you provided.
Okay, Mr. Chair. The first one is the audit findings, key findings 2, non-compliance with JEP portal requirements with respect to 20 of the 800 contracts, were the 20 contracts that were uploaded above 10 million threshold set internally by the UHII. Our findings, Mr. Chair, is that we identified that 23 were uploaded and not all 23 were above the threshold of 10 million. In fact, Mr. Chair, what I can say is that there was no consistency in the amounts, meaning that those that were put on, the 23, there were some above 10 million, there were some below 10 million. Of the 700 and plus that were not uploaded, some were above 10 million and some were below. In fact, for those that were not included, you had amounts up to 22 million that was not included, and it ranged from 500,000 to 22 million for those that were not included.
And the total value for those that were not uploaded is $1.6 billion.
$1.6 billion. Yes, Mr. Chair.
That is just totally unacceptable. I mean, 1.6 billion worth of. Now, I noted in the Ministry of Finance's response that there was some issue, Ms. Blake, I think you identified where, and you can correct me if I'm summarizing incorrectly, that after the contracts were issued, there is a process that is required on the part of the supplier to do something, and that was not, suppliers were not following through. Can you just update us on that so we can, and you indicated that I think efforts were being made to have a fix of that software system. Just bring the committee up to date on that, please.
Morning again, everybody. So the GOJEP system...
Just introduce yourself for the purposes of Hansard.
I'm Jovel Barrett, Chief Public Procurement Policy Officer at the Ministry of Finance, and we operate the GOJEP system. The current system design and workflow requires that, that at the end of the process, the supplier must accept the award of contract in the system in order for the transaction to be closed out, so that you can move towards publishing the contract award notice, which would then become available to the public. At present, you have some suppliers who are not following through and accepting the award in the system, even though they accept the award outside of the system and provide the goods, works, or services. We are fixing that, and that fix should be in place by June of this year.
Okay. And if the suppliers don't accept it, it means it cannot be uploaded to the system?
It won't be closed out, so it's in the system. So we have a lot of transactions that are in the system but not closed out, so it's not available to the public in terms of contract award notices.
Okay. Well, that's clearly a flaw, because we shouldn't be depending on the supplier. Once the supplier has gotten their contract, their primary business is to execute on the contract. They're not necessarily going to be focused on closing it out. Member C, right?
Just a quick one then, Mr. Barrett. So the response indicates that the procurement activity was not uploaded to GOJEP, largely due to, I guess, inconsistent use, limited awareness, slow adoption, probably of your ministry circulars and guidelines, rather than deliberate non-compliance. That's the impression I get. So can you clarify whether this reflects a transitional capacity issue across the broader public sector at this time, particularly in relation to training and rollout of GoJEP, and outline how the ministry has since moved to strengthen training, monitoring, enforcement to ensure that there's full compliance across the public sector?
What if I could build an app that works my way with Base 44? My work moves fast.
All right. In some entities, there may be a capacity issue. But from the Office of Public Procurement Policy's perspective, we are constantly providing training, and we operate a customer service and advisory unit that is readily accessible and available to procuring entities to guide them through the process. We have manuals that are available.
Darlene say, remember also that they use the Jamaican money to pay into the disaster insurance. So what happened to that money? Well, they mean them use it to pay the insurance. Them use our tax dollars to pay, and them I look for another catastrophe bond. I believe there was an article that came out recently. I didn't read it still, but they said ahead of the hurricane season, they were seeking to purchase another catastrophe bond in case anything big hits. But you know, prophetically, it doesn't matter what this government does. God is not with Jamaica. Well, the Jamaican government, and it does sound weird, but God is not political. You have to understand, the government is not with God. Let me say that. So because they are not with God and they are not listening to God, then the consequences come thereafter, because they're getting very clear instructions for the last 10 years, which they have ignored. So it's judgment, you know. Once they're in power, it's judgment. It's bitter. It's not even bitter medicine. It's just bitter. It's not medicine. All of it is just bitter. It's bitter. It's dark. It's nasty. It's going to cost people their lives because of the stuff that they're involved in. Thus saith the Lord. Not my word. Not Bolo. I'm just telling you what I understand from the prophetic utterances that is out there. When I look at the whole grand scheme of things, it's just darkness. It's just darkness.
Available to practitioners to go through videos, to show them how to do what is required. And so there isn't a shortage of training material for procuring entities, but I do understand that the complaint from some practitioners is that they're doing a lot, and they don't always have the time to upload the transactions into the system, especially for the ones that are not done through the system.
Are we moving to ensure that for the officers who have the responsibility to upload this, that this becomes part of a performance assessment or evaluation? Because, I mean, generally, if we don't measure things, they don't get done. And I think if we want to ensure that these things get done, then this must become part of the responsibility of the officer. And at the end of, you know, the annual review, something like this is assessed to see to what extent the officer has complied with something which is a GOJ requirement.
Chair, so that would be the responsibility of heads of entities, of each procuring entity, to ensure that that is a part of the assessment for the public officers. But from a system perspective, one of the fix that we intend to roll out is to have the system generate a certificate to say that you would have completed the transaction in GoJEP, and let that certificate be a condition for payments for contracts, so that you must ensure that you complete the procurement process in the system before you can move towards making a payment on a contract.
Okay. All right, I see Member Brown and then Member Copperfield.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I wanted to start with just responding to, well, clarifying a point raised by Member Seabright. I believe I heard the last time we met Mr. Barrett that the ministry issued a circular in 2023 reminding the agencies about the requirement of uploading all required contracts to the GOG. So apart from, training and the issues, there was, in the midst of what was happening, there was a reminder that was shared by the ministry. Was that the case?
Just keep on your mic.
Oh, sorry. That is correct. So the circular would have been shared across GOG to heads of entities, and from time to time we continue to do continuous training, and we invite practitioners to participate in those training sessions. Again, we operate a very active and responsive customer service and advisory unit, which is available to procuring entities to guide them through the process. Generally speaking, the circulars are widely available on the Ministry of Finance's website. They're also available on the Office of Public Procurement Policy's website as well.
Thank you. Just for clarity as well, I note that and this was raised last time we met as well, and stated here in the response that the university hospital determined that their threshold for uploading would be 10 million. What is the required government of Jamaica's guidance in terms of what should be uploaded on the GoJEP website?
So the guidance requires that you use the GoJEP system to do all transactions above $1.5 million, subject to a few exceptions. Between $500,000 and $1.5 million, the guidance is that you don't have to use the system to do those transactions, but you have to manually enter that information in the system. So it is encouraged that you use the system for those transactions, but recognizing the potential inefficiencies in using the system for those smaller value transactions, the requirement is that you manually upload the information afterwards. So I cannot speak on the $10 million threshold that was set.
All right, but you're stating that it's 1.5 as it relates to the guidelines from the government of Jamaica?
Correct.
All right. CEO, I don't know if you could help us. Who made that determination as to this 10 million in the face of the guidance that would have come from the Ministry of Finance?
I was not there at the time, and I have seen no record as to any reason why they came up with this 10 million. But what I was informed is that during their testing phase, they decided to use 10 million, and they continued to use the 10 million, but they didn't use it consistently. So there was no consistency even with the 10 million. As I shared in the response, Mr. Chair, that even amounts below 10 million were put on GoJEP, and those that were omitted from GoJEP fell between 500,000.
Yeah, Carlene, big up yourself, Carlene, big up yourself. They are going free walk going. Me not sleep, Me actually watch and listen. You see it and now listen, look for the comments them in the comment section, you see?
And 22 million. So there was nothing consistent at all in the manner in which GoJEP was being used.
All right. So, well, the fact is, as we saw here, is only 20 of 800 was uploaded, although the report adds 3 more. So what was uploaded is really negligible based on the total amount of contracts. But you said you weren't here, but the director behind you in terms of procurement, could he provide that guidance as to where who would have approved that in terms of that 10 million threshold?
My granddad is doing.
Yeah, man, for you see advertisement them pop up and also now for there for click them off. Problem.
Afternoon.
In terms of that 10 million threshold?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning. The decision...
Just identify yourself, Mr. Buckridge.
Okay, my name is Ainsworth Buckridge, Senior Director of Public Procurement, University Hospital of West Indies. As the CEO mentioned, that 10 million came up in a pilot project. It was before the circular was sent out by the ministry. So it was a pilot phase that was just continued straight through.
And you would have taken that decision as Director of Procurement. That's what I was trying to find out. If it was your decision, despite the 1.5, because I don't think the circular is what indicated the threshold that would have been communicated prior to that circular in terms of the GoJEP. Who took the decision? That's just how to find out.
I can't recall who actually took that decision, but that decision was made basically.
But it was not you.
I could not single-handedly make such a decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I am making that point overall, Chairman, because I see where the value of what was not uploaded is 1.6 billion. The fact that the threshold should be 1.5, we may have 1.5 million. In fact, we may have a greater amount than the 1.6 that was not actually uploaded. Would you agree?
No, Mr. Member. It is that 800 of the time period that the audit took place. Within that time period, there's 800 in total.
Yes.
And of that, the audit says 20 were uploaded, and 780 were not uploaded.
So this 1.6 represents the 780?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Member Cooper.
And may I just add that, can I just add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to note that as of March this year, we have made it mandatory that all, regardless of the amount, procurement must be placed on GoJet. It's not optional. There's no, well, the minimum is 0.
Yes, Member Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the CEO just answered my question. I'm, just reading here, it says GoJet platform is being used in an ad hoc manner. Now that we've seen where more training has been given to, and more awareness given to the different ministries, agencies. For clarity, I wanted to find out what is happening now with the GoJet platform. You just made that statement that it is non-negotiable. Is this platform now being used? We've been hearing for weeks now what's been happening at UHWI, and we would not want this to continue. And so for me, I want to know going forward if this is now being utilized right across the board, no matter what the amount is.
That is correct, member. And as you speak to training, we have carried out extensive training for not just the members of the procurement department, but for all senior managers, for all members of the procurement review committee and the procurement assessment committee. We have done some extensive training by a very well-known professional and knowledgeable person in that area.
And what about capacity? Because I keep hearing that over and over again about capacity. Do we have enough personnel to carry out the duties to make sure that this is, this stays in place?
There is an assessment being done. There are 1 or 2 positions that are vacant that we are going to fill, but we want to ensure that the department not just fill positions, but make sure that they're, the persons, the entire operation is working efficiently and effectively, and making sure the persons in the positions are in fact necessary and will drive efficiency, as you said, going forward. So what we have tried to do is to stop all that was happening that was not consistent with the government guideline, as well as what would be the most efficient way of operating. So we're looking even at systems to put in additional IT system. The chairman spoke earlier about, the last time, about ensuring that certain technology is in place. It's not in place. Yes, it's not in place, but we are looking to put that in place.
What are the other systems that you are now putting in place as far as the board is concerned? Because I think some of the things the board were not aware. Are there things being in place now for the board as far as, to find out exactly what is happening, the reporting mechanism, what is happening with that?
Well, as I said, that the assessment and the implementation is now taking place. And so when that is finalized, we can certainly send something to the PAC to let them know exactly what are the things that we are going to be doing. But the board has set up a committee to look at the whole entire thing to see what we can do to improve on the report, because the board certainly has to will be given greater oversight of what is happening there, for sure.
And is there a timeline for that, for this assessment to be completed?
Okay, so as I shared, there is a committee separate to look at review of the staff based on the Auditor General report, who should be held accountable and what action should be taken. And then separate from that should come in by June. And also by June, we have various persons looking to see what improvement we're going to be actually contracting someone to do a full procurement assessment, a very well-known professional. Obviously, we'll have to look at, because we're going to go to tender, and we are putting that terms of reference and the tender document together now as we speak, to go to tender to have that reviewed by an individual or an entity out there that can qualify to do it, who's qualified to do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Member Seabright.
Thank you, Chairman. No, the GoJet issue clearly speaks to implementation capacity challenges during a transition, as is normal in many public sector administrations throughout the world. And clearly, the real focus now should be on ensuring full and sustained adoption of the system across the board. And I've seen that work has been done. So to the permanent secretary, given that UHWI cited insufficient training, limited awareness, and so on as key factors behind non-compliance, can the ministry advise what targeted procurement and GoJet training programs have since been rolled out or will be rolled out, whether there's no requirement for continual certification and so on for procurement staff across the entire public health system, so we don't have a recurrence?
We do not have that issue in the Ministry of Health itself, and we do have continuous training in procurement. For the regional health authorities, they from time to time need strengthening, but they're encouraged to take advantage of all the training opportunities by the Ministry of Finance and other agencies that provide these trainings.
Thank you. And to the CEO, the AG, of course, found after the fact procurement contracts between a weak adherence to procurement guidelines. Anyway, you said that these have been discontinued and that with a standard operating SOPs being finalized. Can you walk the committee through the new end-to-end procurement workflow, if possible, including planning, approval thresholds, budget usage, and so on, and that will directly address the issues raised in the audit?
Well, first of all, member, there is a mandate for strict adherence to the government procurement guideline, no deviation. And so that guideline relates to various types of purchases and how you do it and various limits and so on, which will be very difficult to go through here at this time. But it is strict adherence to the government's procurement guideline that we are following, and we are very firm on that, very strict on it and very firm on it. We are ensuring that we even go beyond that sometimes in terms of ensuring that we get 3 quotes for almost everything as best as possible. There are some quotes that would be difficult to get 3 if it is a sole distributor of a particular thing, like an elevator there, and a type of elevator that's the only person who is authorized to fix it, or some machinery in the hospital.
And see, as we focus on solutions, the audit also identified heavy reliance on manual paper-based systems, which is an issue in some arms of the public sector, which has contributed to missing files and weak accountability. So in your written responses, you confirmed that formal proposals for a digital records management system are now being developed, alongside efforts to recover and reconstruct files. Can you tell us where we are with the full digitization of the procurement and financial records? When will that be completed? Because that seems to be a huge issue.
That has to be something that we are going to have an assessment done to see what is the best system given our circumstances. So that will take time. However, as I said, I think what was mentioned by the Ministry of Finance before is that whatever the things that you put on GoJep will in fact provide you with some level of digitization or in terms of record keeping and so on. So GoJep is when I've done my assessment of it, it's an extremely good system.
Guys, on tag TVJ, on tag TV, tag Observer, tag Nationwide. 4 years of a robbery. Come on. 4 years. Ato Camille.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk. Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
We want turkey. No weak things. Guys, thank you for joining our live. We are strike. We like up the live, spread the word. We only pay union dues for no representative. See, we're out here, no union rep. No union rep we not about here. Union rep out here, that even now, Jeffrey there. Jeffrey president.
Money time now, money time. We're tired of it.
They want to come. Yeah, let them come. Yeah. No, we give them too much chance. No. We give them too much chance. No. We want justice. 3 years now we are waiting. Use chance. Let's seek an exam. We are not. A long time we are waiting. Me to keep it Ministry of Finance, I will still can't hear no. No mercy! No mercy! No No mercy! No mercy! Unfair wages, injustice. No more talk. Pay we now. No mercy! Yeah! No mercy! None! No mercy! None! No mercy! None! No mercy! We want we money! We want we money! We want we money! We want we money! Hey, no, we want we money! We want we money! We want we money! On the screen record it and send it out, guys. On the screen record it. Share all the live, guys. Share all the live. Spread the word. Share the live. We want we money. If rent family I take a wait out here. Sunshine we are set up out here. We want we money. 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 Time come! 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 Time come!
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
Dennis for president! Dennis for president! Dennis for president! Right!
I was standing here with this man, but if you're willing to do anything, so they're asking to represent. No, I am.
Who is the man? All right, people, be quiet.
Make we hear what go on there. Alright, so permit me to introduce myself. My name is Devon Smith. The name Devon Smith, they repeat for you. Since you don't know. Dr. Devon Smith.
Alright, Devon Smith.
Yeah. So you want to be quiet?
Yes.
So, I am the director for the Office of Strategy. I can't help it a minute. That's why I have to keep quiet. I can't shout louder than I am. And in fact, I have a little throat issue for that. Projecting as far as. So my name is Devon Smith. I am the director for the Office of Strategic Planning and Enterprise Management.
Come up closer and can't talk loud.
And of course, one of my portfolios that security falls under.
Just stop, Mr. Smith, just stop.
Talk, man, talk.
We
are trying to get it as quiet as we can to make him can talk so everybody can hear. Just be quiet for a while. If you can't hear, we don't have to pass on the message to all right, so I have done my introduction. You want to do project introduction because I know about. Oh, it's Dr. Smith?
We get that already. Fast forward. To the money part. To the money part.
Hold on. So we need to understand, right? So we need to understand. I need to understand what is the real issue.
Money. Compensation.
Go to them.
So they drive from street to street and
persons here who understand that you will not, as old as you get in life, you will never do anything to embarrass your mama and your papa. You will never do anything intentionally to embarrass your mama and your papa. Some of you never hear no matter how the father gets said, I'm proud of you. I did not get that a lot, but me get it. The father used to proud of me so till everyone gonna check me. Me say everywhere my papa go, my papa is elated to discuss anything surrounding him son. Oh, bright side? Cause bright side. Everybody know me like your business, bright side. You understand? So, when a man come in and me comment, you know, and say something like, "Wait, I want the things them for yourself." Was that a projection of your own self? Or was that? That's what you see in me. Is that what you see in me? Because if there's something that led you to see that in me, I want to know so I can fix it. Because we're not perfect, you know. And if me hopscotch and go on like me nice, and based on when you assess me, that is what you see, then me need to know so me can check myself. Oh yes, big up yourself, big up your gift. Right? Some people there so for the last 15 minutes and they would have never clicked the screen and double. What happened? We can't get 100,000 likes. What happened? You know, like we stuck in a 90? Eh? We wouldn't share it because of me. Let me tell you something. I'm not come back and beg on nothing. You hear me now? We come back for people, but I'm not come back on wouldn't not see me around and share me. Yeah, yeah. When you notice, hold on. Have you guys noticed how long me not come live? Me not think gonna realize. When you notice how long me not come on this? No. When we see me make 2 videos, if you go to joke and you know me talk about, you know, me singleness and smarty husband and you know, me would do these things just to entertain a little bit. But let me tell you something. I've been struggling mentally now. I such and such. See a man wanna see? We look like man the strongest human in the world. I've been struggling mentally, you know. I'm gonna tell you, we used to go to school together. I wonder who that. I never even see no name. I see a 2 rainbow flag and 1 cherry and 1 coconut. That look like I can make Sunday dinner friend. Cherry juice and rice and a piece of coconut. No. I've been struggling mentally, you know. Me not lie. Me struggling. And when I know about it till now, cause me not on the topic. You understand? You understand me? Big up yourself. Big up yourself, sister-in-law. Let me tell you something. I've been struggling mentally. And cute girl know, because cute girls know cute girl, I'm a A1. Right? Melissa would know. Right? I want next little handful of people would know. No. Where am I struggling? Let me tell you where am I struggling. Yes, when we go to JAMAICA, St. Lucia, Barbados, Antigua. So when we go to Martinique, St. Kitts. Yes, when we go to Trinidad. Yes, when we go to Union them. Because most of them never post them, you know. Yes, when we go to them place there, I see how the other people in the country take care of me. And when we come back to Jamaica, I see that Jamaica don't give a shit whether I'm homeless, whether I'm hungry, whether I'm a driver, I'm a walk. Them don't give a shit. I swear to God. I have gotten more from people in other countries than I have gotten in Jamaica from myself. I'm not talking about what I get to help people, you know. I'm not talking about what people give me and say, yo, you take care of yourself. I say I have got more where people wanted to care. They wanted to care about me as a person than people in Jamaica did. Let me say something to you. I'm not going to get into details. There is 2 Caribbean islands where the government of the islands actually offered me land to move there to live. I told me to post on things. Listen to me now. Me say, there is 2 Caribbean islands, very good islands, who offered me land to live because it's people like you we want as a role model in our country. Me say there is 2 Caribbean islands where them offer me land from the government when they find out me in their country. I told me to post certain things because me there feet, you know. When we got certain Caribbean country, you know, and the Prime Minister here, so me there, you know, me did there, you know. An entourage of police and big SUV come for me, you know. I told me to post it. Me say entourage. Them send for me. Them.
Why such and such a man is never a king in our own country, bro. So you think, brother, always the way they always crown outside, you always get the better treatment outside. I tell you, come for accept that for what it is, you know. And I just Jah works, you know. I just Jah works when I see rain fall, you know. Jah works, blessings overall. Think I'm going to drop a link in the comment section for some people. You can go check out that video there where I premiere when I'm not ready. But it's supposed to premiere in about 4 minutes. Let's continue.
Ask for me, I stay, Mr. Airbnb. Them say no. We're gonna have you in the finest hotel that we have in a master suite. How long are you gonna be here for? And we tell them, and then Mr. Bupa make a phone call. Me God hotel! Listen to me now. Mr. Jamaica is the only country where nobody don't care about me. What me say to you? Me say, other country, here say, me there in other country, if they could give me an award, would I get it? Me say they offer me land. They offer me land. And me tell them, so me have people at Jamaica still hungry, me have to go back home. Me have people at Jamaica hungry, me have to go back home because they want to give me these things on contingency. And I understand that. The contingency is that me can't just take it and not occupy. I have to occupy and be here for a certain amount of time. Right? Me tell them, so listen, let's keep the half open. We might soon come back. You know what I mean? Father, thank you so much. It's a people in a different country. Hello, when we reach a Barbados, for example, you know. When we reach a Barbados, for example, and age for hire, me go come, me want a rental, so me look a rental, you know. And when me go through the rep and the rep carry me and me go meet her and she introduced me to the car. She said, wait, such and such? I said, She said, not a backside. Me carry to the car. She said, Swan carrier. Me never care how much they want it for. See rental there. Me drive over the one of Barbados. When me got the Airbnb the same evening, Airbnb no, the owner for the Airbnb greet me. I said, but wait, such and such. No, me a freaking refund you. Me a refund you right now. There's no way I can charge you for this place. I know just one country. It's almost all the islands coming out. I can tell everybody who me be. If you don't know who me be, that's fine. And you have to see me and know me. Right? When we got St. Lucia. Hello. Hi. JAMAICA. Big up the one that can't be shit. Big up the one that goes zoom. Big up the one that post about. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. And I'm not comparing. I mean, I say, me forget. I mean, I forget. I'm going to show you what time it is. Right? I'm going to show you what time it is. I'm going to show you what time it is. Me I get marriage proposal and them did serious about it. Big man meet me and introduce me to them daughter. You know what, I Caribbean Islands here and tell me straight up, so listen. Them still, in them culture, them still do. And when them marriage, when the parents say that they have to marry, they have to marry them, they still do that. When the father introduced me to the daughter and said, me want you marry my daughter. The daughter said, Daddy, you don't have to tell me if you marry him. Me want to marry him. Arrange marriage. Right. The daughter said, hey, Daddy, you know who this is? Daddy said, yes, I brought him here. Ready? I fool, come back to Jamaica now. Hello, I fool, come back to Jamaica. You hear me tell you? Let me tell you something, man. This is why sometimes, you see, when I see people post certain videos like them I do it for likes, I get upset, you know. Not because they might do it for likes, but because you can tell it's not genuine. Like, you can post giving enough, but your energy come off and people can tell say they're giving them a real. They're giving them a real. They're giving they only come with one. I don't mind giving and getting some likes for it, but that was not the intention. The intention was awareness and then likes come. Right? This is why me not have more content, because me couldn't post, me I give somebody a rope. Here you go. Hold the rope in one hand, front of one hand. Here you go. Never that. Never that. Principle. God will shame you. God will shame you. Let's go. We need to get to 150 likes. Come on, guys. Double tap on the screen. Let's go. God will shame you. You hear me tell you? I could have. There was nothing new for me. This is how I've always been living, right? When I started giving, people only saw the video because I remember, you know, when they never buy me, you know, when they never send no money come to me, you know. When I had the bike, you know, and the bike load up, you know, I was only showing you the situation that the roads are so bad, and me I go on the bike and me soon come. Remember good, you never hear me I show you the bike and say we want to get some food to the people, you know, so we need your donation. I didn't do that. I was giving the people that were me didn't have for myself. You remember when we just go have good because myself? I was only doing it to show you the situation. Me they come by and beg you nothing. I them can't be for thing back in I want me to have on my bed. I want me to have store in a storage because I have store for hard time. Hard time for myself and my family. Rice stored for 30 years. Rice stored for 30 plus years. nobody knew I had it. I never had to give it away. And I when me a show and say watch out. X, Y, and Z place me I come because you were black. At that time I wanna see, you know. Right? At that time I wanna see. Right, Ella? So, me no want to no feel say we out here I beg because we not have no shame. I beg, me not beg for other people them afterwards when my one done. And me go see the situation for myself and see say me want help. And I never did beg the people them first. The people them did actually start sending money to come for help myself. Get on the story right, you know. The money that I received at first was for me to build back my cabin for my fans and my people who did follow me before the hurricane. I take the money and I buy food. I take the money and I buy food.
Yes? Are you a significant decision tomorrow pertaining to the tabling of reports? Well, I don't know. What will be the outcome? A short while ago, 5 more reports were sent to the parliament. And there was something very strange about this time to parliament, which now is going to cause some very interesting discussion. Sir Bliss. Diane, come here, my friend Diane. Diane, come here, Diane, Sir Bliss. What is about to happen within the next less than 24 hours on the internet? I tell you why. Of all the time the Integrity Commission, sometime after 10 o'clock me here, a short while ago, Parliament. But this time in the tabling of this report, the Integrity Commission did something rather strange. And what they did, Jamaica, I'm going to show you. The Integrity Commission quoted Section 54, subsection 4 of the Integrity Commissions Act. And this is rather strange. They don't normally do this or attach this in the reports in Jamaica. So I'm going to tell you what Section 54, subsection 4 states within the Integrity Commissions Act. And I quote, where the report from the Director of Investigation to the Commission has a recommendation under subsection 3, the Commission shall submit it to Parliament for tabling. Hey, Jamaica people, this is very interesting, you know. Eh? Where the report from the recommendation under subsection 3, the Commission shall submit it to Parliament for tabling. Yes. And so, Jamaica, this now sets a precedence for what is to come. Yes. So for them and those, the tabling of the report concerning the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLE. Here we have a letter before us from the Integrity Commission, and with all the letter sent to Parliament, this time something strange was attached to the letter, and it states that where the report from the Director of Investigation to the Commission has a recommendation under subsection 3, the Commission shall submit it to Parliament for tabling. Not to the court, for the court to decide whether or not it should or should not table. The Act states once the investigation is concluded, The report must be sent to Parliament. For what? Not to read and to discuss amongst themselves. It is to be sent to the Parliament where it shall be tabled. I want you guys to take comfort in that. We soon come back. Yesterday, we heard some revelations and should not take lightly. Chrissy, you know, easy, you know. Jamaica yesterday, some utterances came from the Prime Minister's mouth.
So the monitoring spirits then come in our chat. Boy, I tell you, boy, the labor rights be watching, you know, man. The labor rights be watching. Imagine look at they asleep and I watch it. But the labor rights, they're still gonna watch the program and I watch the program and I watch the program. And then they are screw and then fix. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. You see, people that must support me. I'm gonna tell you some of my best way for to make them vex. You see the super chat? Bless up the super chat. Bless up the cash app. Yeah, man, and keep the chat going. You hear me, I tell you? And then no me stay over here as them poke up their head and say nothing negative. Me just block them. Oh, my AI picture burn you, so. You know where that AI picture they come off of? When we did younger. Yes. I wasn't always big like this. Yes. And oh, my appearance burn you. So Philly 457. Oh, my appearance burn you, so. Oh, it burn you, so. Oh, conversation reached to my appearance. That is my AI generated video. Yes. But oh, it burn you, so. Don't answer that. Oh, by the way, you can't answer because I'm going to block you. Embarrassing.
Hey, who mans is this? Oh, mans is this?
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
And it opened a can of worms, Jamaica. And this morning I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed in the fifth estate, oftentimes referred to as the state, because I believe that the media dropped the ball when it comes on to them responsible journalism and holding the government accountable. And I just pray the strength of each and every bloggers who continue to educate and to come out on a daily basis to highlight what is happening in our country, because the media has completely failed to do so. Good afternoon, Downside Hustle Grandma. And so, Jamaica, sometime in November last year, I want to be very precise because you know they like to send lawsuit and cease and desist. But it's one thing with Dre Bryan, you know. I would be guided accordingly. Good afternoon, Christina. I would have been guided accordingly, and to the little knowledge I know, come out, come speak with facts and truth, so that the truth, just in case they stooped so low, the truth shall set you free. And so, Jamaica, on the 19th of November of last year, the Prime Minister came out and assured the country that there will be real-time hurricane donation information promised. And yesterday, some bloggers create a narrative. It sit well with some, it didn't sit well with some. But I believe that the opposition, the Jamaica Labour Party, to account. Yes. And I don't think the 28 members of parliament, the senators, certainly not my leader, My leader shouldn't come out and come stage no protest and if he come out come make no noise for what? Why are they coming out to come and protest? Their duty is to bring to you the truth and the facts what is happening in this country. It is up to we the people to decide to get up from our slumber and decide that enough is enough. Not for our good MP out there in a sun and a bun up and a lead. No! They told us exactly what is happening in the country. It is up to we the people to take a stance. Yeah? So I just want to caution the bloggers them out there who continue to ask them and those that makes up the opposition, yeah, to wake up from our sleep. Lord Jesus. Well, and let me just get some credit. Jamaica people, want to tap up the... Watch out. Thank you. I soon check to see who that coming from. Thank you. Now, Jamaica, back to the substantial issue. I have a clip for you this morning, Jamaica. And I want you to listen carefully as we delve down, yeah, into the meat of the matter. Listen to this carefully, my viewers.
I'm pleased to report that I have seen improvements in the functioning of ADPEM, and they were tasked to do a few things. One of them would be to strengthen their inventory management system, to put a system in place that delivers real-time information. They are well down the wicket with that through support from our Information Technology Authority. And the end objective of that is to answer calls and support the whole idea of transparency. So eventually, and when I say eventually, very soon, as soon as the system is up and running, then we will be able to publish for the public to see what came in as donations and what went out as in terms of their usage and who were the beneficiaries. So the public will be able to see in real time what is the status of donations. That gives confidence to the public. It gives confidence to our donors as well. In these matters, there should be nothing secret.
Ay. In matters like these, there shouldn't be any secret. Prime Minister, that is the voice of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Prime Minister, you made that speech on the 19th of November. And you say you check with who? ADPEM. Very pleased with ADPEM. And since the 19th of November, you tasked ADPEM to ensure that their system is up to date, so much so that there will be a what? A real-time information database published where donors and Jamaicans can see that the donations and all that was sent is there for us to see. That was what you said on the 19th of November. Jamaica, today is the 28th of May. Almost 7 months. Next month is when? 2-3 days from now? And I would love for any students to go on the Jamaica Labour Party website or ADPEM website and do a screenshot, yes, of a real time. To them, you want to go over there, you know, and see if ADPEM, yeah, put up any real-time information so we can see. Huh? I would love to know if there's a website or a web page set up. Because all this search, I don't see ADPEM put up any form of website. You, Andrew Holness, tell me say you check for ADPEM. Oh, Jam Rock, big up yourself. Me see you come in a while ago, you know, ask the people them. I just said, watch me get some credit. Thank you, Jam Rock. Big up yourself. I really, really appreciate it. God bless you. All right? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. Now, my people, if you go over there, yeah, I'm not seeing any transparency. But one has to ask the question, are you surprised? Who is running ADPEM today? And where is ADPEM today? Remember, the Prime Minister took ADPEM, which is an independent institution, to handle emergencies, you know. And he put it in the office of the Prime Minister. And you would have thought the fact that it is now in the office of the Prime Minister, things would have gone better. But instead it better standing alone. It has become worse under the watch of Andrew Michael Holness. The devil's strong, you know. Me say, see how the little credit poppy in pa my phone. No dirty JPS send me notification light bill come. Mighty God. Me think I wanted that credit sending pan the phone. You want to see the drop down. You have a notification from JPS booming at my face light bill. So me get only $2 JPS take it back from me. What a time to be in this country. Anyway, moving on. Jamaica people, Andrew Holness tell with the 19th of November. Saying go check AdPem. Remember AdPem in a film office, you know. So what you mean you notify AdPem and you check with them? AdPem no in your office, sir. One must ask the question this morning. Is AdPem better off today than how it was yesterday? Because as a little boy growing up, you know, whenever there is a system approaching Jamaica, I remember those persons, Evan Thompson, Richards, all of those persons, you could just look forward to get them expertise and analysis. And AdPem was functioning. They were functioning and doing what it's supposed to do. And since the Prime Minister took AdPem and put it in his office, we have not heard. Yeah? AdPem has not come out and tell us what happened to those donations or what happened to the institution that we taxpayers are paying to be transparent with the people. There is no website, Jamaica. Put a reminder, say, where is Barbara Cardi? Evan Thompson, they were doing an excellent job when AdPem was an independent institution. And now you thought, being in the office of the Prime Minister, they would have strengthened it to make it a little, you know? Instead, AdPem better, it is far worse off today. And the Prime Minister just told us.
Come on, Eric.
Event. It doesn't produce the
website was that Andrew Holness told us that will be created where you and I can go and find the transparency. And I'm sitting about supportjamaica.gov.jm. Only I remember one website from November Andrew Holness talking. Only thank you, Kamiana. Watch the bright spot them in my class. Yes, I remember Andrew come out and told us that he's well pleased with the way in which AdPem is operating, and he has tasked AdPem to do whatever. And in addition with tasking AdPem, one can go on the website, he might go create supportjamaica.gov.jm, one something. And I just go on the Support Jamaica website when claim say,
we have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Is there. And Jamaica, you and I can look in real time. Thank you, Jamaica PNP. Thank you. When I look at this website, Jamaica, see it here? Andrew made the special press briefing on the Melissa recovery on the 19th of November last year, and he told us that this website will be constantly updating and updating. So somebody send one donation, you go see it. Just like when you create a GoFundMe and you have a target and you see the money come in and every day you see it a bill up and a bill up and a bill up in real time. Andrew said that he will be creating a special website where persons can look and see where the money is doing and what it's doing and where it's going in real time. So I'm asking the people, cause see me just go look up the support Jamaica.gov to see the real time. And I want to tell you, Jamaica, this is what comes up. Huh? This is what comes up within the last 24 hours. Huh? Total food package delivered 405,000. JDF distribution locations 20. JDF hub 7. Ministry of Labour Social Security hubs 1. Settlements aided today 232 out of 374. Communities and settlements added none. I want Jamaica to point me out and show me which part of this is a real life, real time donation website. Only not realize that Andrew put up everything other than to track the money and the donations. He promised us a website where donors, yes, can go and see the accumulation of how much money people send. And it is there. There is nothing on this Support Jamaica webpage, .gov.jm, whatever scam website created by them and those. Tell me, Jamaica, this was the last update. There has never been a time that the government put on this website how much money they would have collected from donors. No time at all. Everything else is there. Yeah, except the money. And I want you to listen to what the Prime Minister told the country on the 19th of November last year. Listen.
I'm pleased to report that I have seen improvements in the functioning of ADPEM, and they were tasked to do a few things. One of them would be to strengthen their inventory management system, to put a system in place that delivers real-time information.
You hear that? They were tasked. Remember I'm saying go there and check on ADPEM, and he was pleased with the work that ADPEM is doing, and one instruct them or who have instruct them were told to put in place what? A website to track real time. Listen to him.
They are well down the wicket with that.
You hear that? They are well down the wicket with that from the 19th of November, you know. We are now on the last few days of May. Huh? Mighty God.
Through support from our Information Technology Authority. And the objective of that, the end objective of that, is to answer calls and support the whole idea of transparency. So,
I wonder if I hear this thing them will come out of Andrew mouth. Andrew said the whole aim of this website is to promote transparency. Only not hear the man.
Eventually, and when I say eventually, very soon, as soon as the system is up and running, then we...
As soon as the system is up and running, this was from the 19th of November. Andrew Holness, it is in your office. You tell we say, you instruct ADPEM and the team to do this website. And the information will be provided and updated in real time. Why is it that everything else is there except the real-time donations and money? You tell us it will be there, Andrew Holness, where persons and donors can track. Tell me which part on this at government support.jm.gov where you create. Tell me where my donation money go. It gets worse.
We will be able to publish for the public to see.
Lord God Almighty. We will be able to publish for the public to see. Then me I look for the Andrew Hollis and me now see none of my donation money on the screen where you say if you go check in a real time. I want customer do you know, but I want the people them to see what is happening in this country, you know. The hard-head people them, right? That cannot see beyond party colors and put their country. Nobody is disputing that Andrew Holness is the government and the prime minister, you know. We are not refuting that. But one cannot sit there, Jamaica, and you mean to tell me, say, nobody to say, no, sir. This is not good governance at all. Something is wrong here. You mean to tell me, say, nobody within the Jamaica Labour Party can look within themselves and put country above self? Hear the man.
What came in as donations and what went out.
Stop. Andrew, me why you tell me and show the Jamaican people this afternoon, you know. Where the donation them, they were up on the website where you want to talk it out of your mouth, you know. Say the website where you create. Yeah, we'll be able to show Jamaican people donations, what went in and what came out. Mean, if you send $1 and then use the dollar by toilet paper.
Empress Nama morning. What go on? They are born the morning island. What time now? Right. Me they have 4 hours. Me any live. I go drop the link to the video when me just drop a while ago. So you can go check that out. See? Yeah, man, me drop the link before me go in the comment section. Just drop a video a while ago. Why? The man never keep me busy. Me not tell no life. Father God knows. Busy like wow, Jamaica. Busy like wow. I'm busy, man. Right now, me there start this and I go through 9 night and say, me same time me there. I do some work and I make some thumbnail and I edit some video and you know? Alright, so see link there guys. I drop the link. That's the newest video I dropped this morning. And they're gonna go over there, go hit the like button for me, see it? Not long. 20 minutes or so. Watch that video there, I like that video there. Let me know. Let me get to know opinions in the comment section because it's a very serious topic. See it? So Empress Nama, the whole team, big up on yourself. Look more. Hear that? Word is love.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. and ask him about that list right there. I said, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.